Natarajan, President Ramana Maharshi Center for Learning, talking to us on Anma Vidya Kirtanam. Her presentation will be interspersed with a musical presentation by students and artists of the Ramana Maharshi Center for Learning. I will call them on stage while I introduce Dr. Sarada Natarajan. Dr. Sarada Natarajan is the president of Ramana Maharshi Center for Learning. She has been holding the position since 2008. She took over post the demise of her father and our founder president Sri A.R. Natarajan. She has a postgraduate degree in English from Bangalore University. She is a triple gold medalist at that. She also has a PhD in English from Bangalore University. Her guide was Dr. S. Ramaswamy and her thesis was on the theme Concept of Self, a Study in Comparative Literature. She's been the founding editor of the Ramana Way and she continues to hold the position for more than 3 decades now. She's also authored a couple of books. Among them are Ramana Tata, Surging Joy of Self-Discovery, The Wondrous Vigilance. She has also helped edit and do the design work for stellar publications of her father, Sri A.R. Natarajan, including Radiance of the Self and Arunachala from Rigveda to Ramana Maharshi. She is a musicologist. She has had extensive training in music and dance through various gurus, including her mother. She is conceived and scripted over, I think, now 150 dance ballets for the Ramana Maharshi Center for Learning and also directed and conceived a lot of TV serials that the Ramana Maharshi Center for Learning has presented. She's been and almost speaking on every seminar since its inception. Over to Dr. Sarada Natarajan.
Om Namo Bhagavate Shri Ramanaya. Yasthanor Arunachalasya Padayoho Smritya Janim Prapya Tad Divyanugraha Supravaha Vivashastadatmya Bhavangataha Hrinnishtaha Swagabhira Nitya Tapasa Lokan Punasyekarat Tasmai Shri Ramanayate Namayidam Lokottara Jyotishe. Prostrations to Ramana, who was born with the grace-filled awareness of Arunachala right from his inception. Yes, Thanor Arunachalasya Padayoho Smritihi Janim Prapyata. And who, by that very divine force of grace, reached Arunachala. Tad Divyanugraha Supravaha Vivashaha. By that, who became engulfed by that divine deluge. Divyanugraha Supravaha. The divine deluge, the beautiful deluge, Supravaha, Divyanugraha Supravaha, Vivashaha, Tad Atmya Bhavangataha, who became one with Arunachala. Hrinnishtaha, who is ever abiding in the heart. Swagabhira Nitya Tapasa, who is therefore constantly performing the deepest tapas. This word Gabhira, Vishwanatha Swami, who has composed this as a Dhyana Shloka to Ramana Ashtotram, he uses in the other Dhyana Shloka also. Gabhiram Chintavihinam. So here, Swagabhira Nitya Tapasa, because of this Hrinnishta, because of his being one with Arunachala, because this is the highest form of tapas, as Bhagavan has said, mahadidam tapo in Upadesha Saram. Because of that, he shines, Lokan Punas Ekarat. Ekarat. He is the sole emperor of the entire universe. Now, this phrase of being the sole emperor is used by Bhagavan in Ashtakam. He says, once if you are abiding in the self, you become the sole emperor of the entire universe. Why? Because there is nobody apart from you. Even to reign somebody else or rule over somebody else, there is no one else. So, such a one is the sole emperor. Tasmai Shri Ramanayate Namayidam Lokottara Jyotishe, who is a light which is surpassing, transcending all the worlds. Prostrations to him, prostrations to that light of Ramana, who shines as the self in all of us, and who, by that spontaneous grace, which is in Sanskrit described as Avyaja Karuna, it has no reason, and by that grace, he reveals to us the path to get back to this very true nature of ours, and makes us also the same Ekarat as he is. That Avyaja Karuna, Muruganar Swami says that it is so natural for Bhagavan. He gives the example of a tree. He says, you give grace like a tree gives shade to every comer by nature, not by choice. By such a beautiful translation also of Professor Swaminathan, by nature, not by choice. And Ganapati Muni also uses the same phrase about Bhagavan, saying, Na karuna gunaha tava vidampate. Karuna is not your guna. It is not an attribute. It is not something you have developed or cultivated. For us, if we are good, then we have cultivated being good. If we speak the truth, we have cultivated speaking the truth. So all the goodness in us is cultivated. It's an attribute. And we may lose it if we are not attentive. We may not be good at all times. We may not be good to all people. We may not speak the truth at all times. So when something is cultivated, it can come and go. But when something is natural, it never comes and goes. And Bhagavan was naturally compassionate. Compassion was his nature. Love was his nature, or is his nature. Love is his nature because he is the self. And it is of the nature of love. It is of the nature of peace. It is of the nature of bliss. It is also of the nature of prema, anbu, love. That is the nature of the self. So that is Bhagavan's nature. And since he is so naturally abiding in that, he tells us it is very natural. It is natural for each one of us. Each one of us. It is not my own kingdom. It is not my own birthright. It is not my own experience that I am talking about, but it is something which is natural to everyone. Bhagavan actually says, if something is not natural, if the self is not natural, it is not worth having at all, because that which is natural, that which belongs to everyone, and because it is natural, it is everyone's true nature, Bhagavan says it is very simple. It is not difficult to attain. It is not difficult to experience, because it's one's own nature. Can something be simpler than this? Is what Bhagavan often tells us, which is very different from what is normally told to us about spiritual attainment. We are told that it is very difficult to get. The sadhana is like walking on the razor's edge. It is really tough. And if 1 in a million only will be interested in this. Perhaps Bhagavan is addressing that one in a million, which all of us are. Each one of us may be that one in a million. How do we know we are not? When somebody says to you, only one in a million can get this, you can turn around and ask, how do you know I am not that one in a million, or you are not that one in a million? Who pointed out? Who is the one, chosen one? We don't know, right? So, until it is disproven, something holds good. When only if it is disproven, then it does not hold good. So, only if it is disproven that we cannot attain the self, then we may say, I am not one in the million. But Bhagavan is so compassionate, he ensures that we can have the anubhava of the self through the path which he gives us. Here and now, Vindati iha jivastu daivikaha. Here and now, we can get that experience. So now we have today been blessed with the opportunity to go through Bhagavan's teachings, Bhagavan's life, through Ramanaanjali Sangeetam. So we started off with the Swaravali. We are also getting an understanding of what is this great gift of Sangeetam. What is this great gift which is part of our Indian heritage, the classical art forms. And Dr. Vaishnavi Poorna told us very sweetly, Sangeetam means Geetam, Vadyam, Nrityam. So it is all the art forms. It's a comprehensive name for all the art forms. So we have been blessed to see it in the form of the Geetam aspect, the classical, Carnatic classical music aspect. And in the first session, we were led up to the Varnam, Swaravali, Alankaram, Geetam, Swarajati, Varnam. After that, we get the Kirtana, which is an important main piece of the concert, if it is a concert, but it is the deeper experience. In our Bharatanatyam repertoire, we have Varnam, which is said to be the acme of the performance. But in the Carnatic classical concert, there will be a main piece, which is called a main piece. The main piece will be a Kirtanam by a senior composer. It may be one of the Trinity or any other composer. That will be the main part of the concert. That is the heart, the center. So we have Bhagavan blessing every sadhana. Bhagavan has blessed every sadhana, and he has blessed the sadhana of music in his life in multiple ways. By being a part of the journey of music, his mother Aragamma used to sing songs of Audeyaka and other spiritual songs as part of her daily life, her daily activities. Whatever tasks she was performing would be accompanied to these songs, which were all songs on self-knowledge. Bhagavan grew up listening to these songs, and he himself was probably very well versed in all of them. And then later he says, when he had his enlightenment, he says the experience was such that after that Anubhavam, where he crossed over death and became Atmanishtha, he says other thoughts may come and go like the various swaras of music, but the awareness of the I continued like the Shruti note or the keynote, the underlying Shruti, the underlying foundation based on which all other notes come and go. They are all in relation to that keynote. Of course, in music we have several Shrutis, and in a way in life also we may say there can be several Shrutis. When we are in Vyavahara or when we are in the Sadhana Patha, all the Shrutis are accepted. What I am trying to convey is, say, supposing someone's path is through music, that is one Shruti. Supposing someone's path is through dance, that is one Shruti. Supposing someone's path is through Parayana, that is one Shruti. Supposing it is through Japa, through any of the means which are traditionally given to us, there could be the various shrutis with which one moves towards the self. But in actual spiritual experience, there's only one shruti, only one adhara, and that is the Atma Tattva. That is the shruti for all shrutis. That is the underlying basis for everything in life. Very often, even in music, we may not understand. We sing. And if we have been blessed somehow, maybe through our inheritance or maybe through our previous karma, if we believe in it, somehow we've been blessed with a musical sense, then we automatically start singing to the shruti. If not, then effort has to be made to come to the shruti. But even when we come, you see, as music teachers, Radha and Revathi, and with great musical knowledge, Ujwal will also be able to tell me, how do you explain to shruti to somebody? You can only sing it and show it. You can just show the example. But it has to be understood by that person. But still, even though the children or the students may not understand shruti, they will be able to sing. You teach them a song, they can sing. Many will be able to sing. Personally also, in my journey, I was not conscious of shruti as an independent, as the adhara. We would sing to shruti. We did not have a problem singing to shruti. Although sometimes there were aberrations also. And we have sung, like my sister and I, we went for a All India Radio Yuvavani audition and we sang. Two of us were singing. And we sang in unison. And the person who had the interview, then later he passed us for the interview. He said, Amma, children, you know what you did? Both of the shruti was in F and both of you were singing in F sharp. But you never swerved. Both of you didn't swerve from each other's shruti. You sang to your shruti. Both of you sang in unison. You didn't swerve from the shruti which you had in your mind. That shruti did not happen to synchronize with the physical shruti. We didn't know. See, we didn't have that sharpened awareness of the shruti, though we were singing for a long time. And gradually, after going for working with several senior music directors in the Ramanaanjali recordings, we understood that in a song, it is not that the song is to shruti. If there is one phrase, that phrase in that Ayye ati sulabham, Ayye ati sulabham. Now this was Ayye. Singing, they won't say you're singing off tune. They'll say, listen to that particular phrase, in that particular phrase, that particular note, somebody is going out of shruti. Okay, and then, so these are under in such a fine-tuned manner that every movement of ours, every thought of ours, like every note in the song we are singing, has to be tuned to the self. And this comes only with practice and also with awareness. Both are important. One has to know what it is. So the sadhana pata is given to us, but the practice is necessary. Because I may understand, sometimes in music also it happens that I understand what the sankati is, or I understand where the shruti is, but my voice is not reaching there. Practically it does not happen. So, I may understand what the Atma Tattva is, but I have to experience it. All this reading, listening, manana, which we do, helps us to understand. If a dancer understands the entire Udupa pattern but has never done a single step in his or her life, they cannot dance. It has to be physically done. So the songs have to be sung. So, understanding is good, important as a reference point, as a starting point, but nothing can be a substitute to practice and experience. So this is the beautiful place we are in today's journey. We have come to the Kirtana, and as I deviated from that point by saying Bhagavan has blessed everything through music. So there was a singing, and there were devotees who started singing in Bhagavan's presence, and Bhagavan would sing with them. But then he has composed something called the Anmaviddai Kirtanam. Anmaviddai Kirtanam. Okay. This is a Kirtanam he has composed. A Kirtanam has a particular pattern of singing. It will have a Pallavi, an Anupallavi, and Charanam. So it may have one Charanam, in which case the Kirtanam is called as Samashti Charanam, or it may have several Charanams. That depends on the composition. So Bhagavan has composed this Anmavidya Kirtanam or Anmaviddai Kirtanam. The background to this is that Muruganar Swami, to whom we owe several of Bhagavan's great Upadesha texts, Upadeshic texts, the texts on Bhagavan's teachings, several of them, or to put it very specifically, the Upadesha Saram, the Ulladinarpadu, and the Ulladinarpadu Anubandham, and the Anmavidya Kirtanam, Anmaviddai Kirtanam. This is all thanks to Muruganar that we have got these great treasures from Bhagavan. In this particular case, Muruganar wrote the first line, Ayye Ati Sulabham. He was probably had a thought about the other song of Nandanar, which goes Ayye Meta Katinam. Ayye Meta Katinam. Unadadimai Ayye Meta Katinam. Nandanar sings to Lord Shiva, O Lord Shiva, being your slave is indeed very, very difficult. To be your servant is very, very difficult. It's a popular Tamil song. I do not know whether Muruganar Swami was inspired by that, or rather thought of doing the antonym to that, giving us the right opposite. But he started this line, Ayye Ati Sulabham, and he stopped there. It didn't proceed further. This came to him. The words came to him, as it were, but he didn't proceed further. Then, as is the case of all devotees, when they could not proceed further, they would go and place it at Bhagavan's feet. Sometimes, it's so beautiful when we cannot proceed further, when we find roadblocks to whatever we are doing. That's the point when we say, Bhagavan, you take over. I am not able to proceed. I don't see an answer for this. I don't know where to go. And what happens then is the most beautiful thing happens, because he completely takes over and the whole world becomes enriched by what he gives us at that point of time, as it happened in this Atmavidya Kirtanam. So here Bhagavan says, Ayye Ati Sulabham Anmaviddai Ayye Ati Sulabham. And then he continues, why is it so easy? Why do I say it is so easy? Noyartamakkum Ullam Kaiya Amalakkani Poya Modiya Mihumeya Uladanma. He says, normally, what is the example given for something which is very easy? It is a gooseberry in one's palm. Kaiyila irkira nellikkani, a gooseberry in one's palm. Hasta malaka. It's so simple. Can't you see? It's in your own hand. You're holding the gooseberry in your hand. Isn't it evident that you're holding this gooseberry in your hand? So something which is so evident, or we say self-evident. In Hindi there is a saying which Haath kangan ko aarsi kya. So if you're wearing a bangle, you don't need a mirror to see it. You can see it yourself. So that is the kind of something self-evident. But Bhagavan says that so-called self-evident gooseberry in one's palm becomes an illusion, is actually an illusion. poya ozhiya. Poya ozhiya. That becomes actually a falsity and gets destroyed where in relation to the self. Mihu meya uladanma. Why? Because Bhagavan says, if you need to know that there is a gooseberry in your palm, several criteria have to be in place. Okay, you have to have a palm to have a gooseberry in your palm. Then, then you have to have a gooseberry also. You must be able to procure a gooseberry and put it on your palm, or whatever that object in your palm. You may say gooseberry is only an example. Okay, any other object, any other thing on your palm, in your palm. So you have to have that. And further, you have to have eyesight to see it and say, oh, so simple, it is so self-evident, it is here. Well, you have to have eyesight to see it. Or if you don't have eyesight, you should have sensation in the palm. If you don't have sensation, how will you know it's there? You can't see and you don't have sensation. They can put anything on your palm, you won't know. Right? You have to have the sensation. If there is proper, if there is hands are not numb, or you're not having a stroke, or you're not having loss of sensation on account of any disorder, there is sensation, proper sensation in your palm, and your eyesight is also fine, and you're looking at it, but you're thinking of something else. Then neither the palm, nor the gooseberry, nor your eyesight, there is no gooseberry, you're thinking of something else. So there has to be attention. When all these factors come together, then you become aware of the gooseberry in one's palm. Isn't it a complicated process? Asks Bhagavan. You say it is simple, it is so complicated, it is dependent on so many factors. And without the gooseberry, even without a palm, even without eyes, even without sensation, you are yourself. Throughout the process, you are yourself. Once you know you have an arm also, when you know you have a hand also, you are yourself. When you know there is a gooseberry in your palm, then also you are yourself. When you know you are seeing it, then also you are yourself. You are never away from the self, even at one point in your life, even for one moment in your life. And it is because you exist, because you are aware of your own existence, that you are aware that you have a hand, that you are aware that you are experiencing A or B or C through your senses, through the mind, because of the fact that you exist and you are conscious of existing. But like not being aware of the Shruti, we are out of tune with this existence of ours. So we need to be reminded of the Shruti, the Anma Shruti. We need to be reminded of it, and we need to be helped to practice it. And that is what Bhagavan has done for us through various compositions, through his life, and in this composition also. So let us just start by going into the beginning of this composition. Ayye ati sulabham,
ayye ati sulabham,
Anma vidyai 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 ayye ati sulabham.
This song, this part of the song, the Pallavi, has been set in the Raga Shama by Srimati Sulochana Natarajan. She had originally set it to the same tune as the song Ayye Methakatinam. And I think we sang it in the presence of Vishwanatha Swami. And Vishwanatha Swami liked the Raga Shama for whatever. I think because he said Brahmani Manasa Sancharare of Sadashiva Brahmendra is sung in Shama. So he liked that raga. But apart from that, he said, Amma, may I make a suggestion? That song is Ayye Metakatinam. It has been tuned by the music director with the sensitivity to the words. But here, Bhagwan is saying, Ayye Ati Sulabham. So, should you not give a different tune to this? And I am suggesting you can probably use Shama because it is Manasa Sancharare of Sadashiva Brahmendra. So, Ayye, Are, Ayye. That is what it is. Like that she has started it. Can you not see? There itself. Ayye. Adadadada. Is this not so simple? Ati sulabam. Okay. Then, Noyyartamakum
உள்ளம் கையா மலஹக்கனி பொய்யா ஒழிய மிகு மெய்யா உளதான்மா நொய்யார் தமக்கு மூலம் கையா மலஹக்கனி பொய்யா ஒழிய மிகு மெய்யா உளதான்மா ஐயே அதி சுலபம்.
மிகு மெய்யா ஒழிய பொய்யா ஒழிய நொய்யார்த்தமக்கும். நொய்யார்த்தமக்கு. Who are the noyyar? The noyyar, Professor Swaminathan says, even for the most infirm, noyyar, those who don't have any idea, those who are suffering, those are the weak, those who are the meek, for them, even for them, மிகு மெய்யாய் உளதான்மா. Okay, give the connection.
ஐயே அதி சுலபம் சரிம பத சரிம கரிச நிசத மத நிசக மக சனித மாத கமகச
மெய்யாய் நிரந்தரந்தான் ஐயாதிருந்திடவும்
மெய்யா நிரந்தரந்தான் ஐயாதிருந்திடவும்
மெய்யா நிரந்தரன் தான் ஐயா. So he says மெய்யா as the truth, nirantaram தான் the self, ஐயாதிருந்திடவும் without any doubt. There he said ஐயே, he says ஐயாதிருந்திடவும் without ஐயம், without doubt, without any question. What happens? Though the self is so natural, though the self is shining so naturally, மெய்யா நிரந்தரந்தான் ஐயாதிருந்திடவும்
மெய்யாய் நிரந்தரந்தான் ஐயாதிருந்திடவும்
பொய்யாம் உடம்புலக
பொய்யாம் உடம்புலக
மெய்யாமூளை தேழும்
மெய்யாய் மூளை தேழும்
பொய்யாம் உடம்புலக மெய்யாயே மெய்யாமூளை தேழும்
பொய்யாம் உடம்புலக மெய்யாய் மூளை தேழும்
மூளை தேழும்
மூளை தேழும்
மெய்யாய் நிரந்தரன் தான் ஐயாதிருந்திடவும் பொய்யாம் உடம்பு உலகம். This பொய், this illusion of body and the world மெய்யா முளைத்து எழும். it appears, it sprouts and it grows as if it is the truth. மெய்யாய்
நிரந்தரந்தானையாதிருந்திடவும் பொய்யாமூடம்பூலக மெய்யாய் மூளை தேழும் பொய்மையார் நினைவணுவும்
முய்யாதொடு கீடவே
மெய்யார் நினைவணுவும் உய்யாதோடு கிடவே
பொய்மை யார் நினைவு அணுவும் உய்யாதொடுக்கிடவே. So without even a second, a single second's gap. So he says, when this delusion is destroyed, ஒடுக்கிடவே, where not even a speck of it remains. நினைவு இந்த பொய் நினைவு, பொய்மை யார் நினைவு அணுவும் உய்யா. It should not remain even in the least bit. In the subtlest part, it should not remain. What is the subtlest part? Every identification is identification only with the body. Every identification is identification with the body. Every question, every thought which arises in us is identification with the body. It may be a good thought, bad thought. There is no demarcation or distinction, says Bhagavan. If a thought arises, that means there is identification with the body. So there should not be the rise of even a single thought, because thought is about an object. If there is an object, there is a division between I and the object. There is I and the world. This division is there. But the truth is that Ekarat, that Eka self, there is only one self which is all inclusive. So if there is even the smallest of identification arising, one must be alert to that and odukkidave. One must allow it to subside. The identification should subside. Then what happens? மெய்யார் இதய வெளிவெய்யோன் சுயம் ஆன்மா.
மெய்யார் இதய வெளிவெய்யோன் சுயம் ஆன்மா.
மெய்யார் இதய வெளிவெய்யோன் சுயம் ஆன்மா விளங்குமே இடர் ஒடுங்குமே. சாரி, இருள் அடங்குமே.
விளங்குமே இருள் அடங்குமே.
இடர் ஒடுங்குமே.
இடர் ஒடுங்குமே.
இன்பம் பொங்குமே.
இன்பம் பொங்குமே.
ஆன்மா விளங்குமே இருள் அடங்குமே. இடர் ஒடுங்குமே. இன்பம் பொங்குமே.
ஆன்மா விளங்குமே இருள் அடங்குமே. இடர் ஒடுங்குமே. இன்பம் பொங்குமே.
So Bhagavan says, when we control, when this separate illusion is completely pushed, odukkidave, when it is completely pushed back into the self, when it is made to subside, odungum, to subside. So when it is made to subside, then what happens is Meyyar Idaya Veli. So that great expanse, the truth of the heart Idaya veli veyyon, that expanse of the heart, it reveals itself. That Anma, which is the vast expanse, that reveals itself. Anma vilangume, irul adangume. That also subsides. Darkness subsides. Ignorance subsides. Idar odungume. Idar is difficulties, afflictions, problems. All of them disappear. And what happens? Inbam pungume. Inbam pungume. Bliss wells up. Inbam pungume.
Ati sulabam Sarima pada sarima garisa Rigama garisa nida pada nida pama garisa Rigama pada nisa
Oonar udal iduve Naan ennum ninaive
Oonar udal iduve Naanam ennum ninaive
Nana நினைவுகள் கோர் நானா நினைவுகள் சேர் ஓர் நாரேனும் அதனால்
நானா நினைவுகள் சேர் ஓர் நாரேனும் அதனால்
ஊனார் உடல் இதுவே ஊனார் உடல் ஊன் this woon is the body this udal இதுவே நான் என்னும் நினைவே the thought that I am this body the I am this body thought நான் என்னும் நினைவே நானா நினைவுகள் சேர் what happens once the thought I am this body arises several other thoughts arise நானா நினைவுகள் சேர் but what is the thread which connects or nar is thread in Bhagavad Gita also Sri Krishna says that is I am the thread which connects all the beings all experiences so here Bhagavan is taking us to our own individual experience in the universe I may or may not be able to see God as being the thread which is underlying everything but within me I can see each one of us can easily see that this I, the feeling of I is the thread which is connecting all our experiences, each and every experience. We can take any experience. But what is happening is that our attention is on the beads or on the objects which are getting connected and we forget the thread. Say if I get happy about something, I feel happy. I see my friend, I feel very happy. My attention is on my friend. Oh, my friend has come, I am feeling very happy. Then something else happens. Something goes wrong somewhere. And I feel sad. Then I say, oh my God, I am not able to stick to Shruti, I am feeling sad. Okay. Then something else happens, I feel angry. Or experiences keep coming and going, thoughts keep coming and going, and our attention is always on the object. But Bhagavan says there is a thread which is connecting all this. What is that thread? That that I feeling, the I am so and so, I am a dancer, I am a singer, I like to sing. I feel sad when my teacher tells me I am not singing well. I feel happy when I am sitting on the stage and I have sung well and everyone is saying that I have sung well. Who? I. Who? I. In each case, it is I. We seek solutions in the objects. Somebody scolded me. Oh, either they are wrong or I am wrong. If they are wrong, they should correct themselves. If I am wrong, I should correct myself. But who is this I? Who is saying they are wrong, I am wrong, they should correct themselves, I should correct myself? Who is this I who is saying it is too hot today, it is too cold today? Who is this I? I need to change the temperature outside. The global warming needs to be stopped. But who is aware of the global warming? I. And if my own body temperature is different, if I have fever, then I won't even feel the global warming. I'll be feeling cold, though the day outside is so hot. But who is this I? Where is the solution to all our problems? Actually, that's why Bhagavan already told us in the earlier verse, idar odungume. Right? So, or nar enum adanal. We'll come from the beginning.
உடலிதுவே நானாமெனும் நினைவே நானா நினைவுகள் சேர் போனாரெனும் அதனால்
நானாரிடம் ஏதென்றுள் போனா நினைவுகள் போய். Okay, he says, நான் ஆர் இடம் எது என்று உள்போனால். If we inquire who am I, or we inquire from where is this I springing, if we go inward, நானாரிடம் ஏதென் உள்போனா நினைவுகள் போய்.
நானாரிடமேதென் உள்போனாய் நினைவுகள் போய்.
நானாரிடம் ஏதென் உள்போனா நினைவுகள் போய்.
நானாரிடமேதென் உள்போனாய் நினைவுகள் போய்.
நான் என. There he says, நான் என. When we go inside, all the other thoughts go away, and then nan. Says Sulochana Natarajan has tuned it in that way. Nan yena guhayul. Nan
yena guhayul.
Tanai tiharum.
தானாய் திகழும்.
நானாயன குகையுள் தானாய் திகழும்.
நானாயன குகையுள் தானாய் திகழும்.
ஆன்ம ஞானமே.
ஆன்ம ஞானமே.
இதுவே மோனமே.
இதுவே மோனமே.
ஏகவானமே.
ஏகவானமே.
இன்பத்தானமே.
இன்பத்தானமே.
By itself shines the knowledge of the self. ஆன்ம தானாய் திகழும் ஆன்ம ஞானமே. And this is silence. இதுவே மோனமே. ஏகவானமே, that sky which is the single sky. No clouds, no nothing. It's just that vast expanse. Ekavaname, inbattaname. There he uses a musical analogy. See, the tanam is one of the aspects of music. The musicians sing ragam, tanam, pallavi. So, here in another context, Bhagavan calls it the natanam. Here he says inbattaname. It also means thanam also. Thanam is space, place. The place, inbattanam. But I am just reminded of the thanam which we sing. Okay, so
ஞானமே இதுவே மோனமே ஏகவானமே இன்பத்தானமே ஐயே அதி சுலபம் சரிமபத சரிமகரிச நிசகரிச நிசானித பத நித மகமப மகரிச
தன்னை அறிதல் These two are my favorite lines very often. Tannai aridal indri pinnai yadarihilan. Without knowing yourself, what is the use of knowing anything else? What have you known if you have known everything but not known the self? Says Bhagavan. You may have the knowledge of the entire universe, but if you don't know the one who knows all this, is not your knowledge incomplete? It will always remain incomplete. Unless we know ourselves, our knowledge will always remain incomplete. Because you are excluding yourself, right? Every time I know an object, I am excluding myself. I don't know this. I don't know myself. So, tannai aridal indri pinnai yedarihilan. Tannai arindidir pin yennai uladari. Is there to know? What is there to be known? Nothing is there. Because it includes everything. There is the Upanishadic question. Teach me that by knowing which everything else is known. Binna uirgalil abinna vilakenum.
Binna uirgalil abinna vilakenum.
Atannai tannil unara.
Atannai tannil unara.
Minnum tanul.
Minnum tanul.
Tannai tannil unara. Minnum tanul.
Tannai tannil unara. Minnum tanul.
When we know this self, where? Within ourselves. Tannai tanil unara minnum tanul. Something actually flashes within us. Minnum, says Bhagavan. It's like a lightning flash. And what is that? Anma prakashame.
Anma prakashame.
Arul vilasame.
Arul vilasame.
This is Riti Gaula, it's so sweet, no? That Arul Vilasam. So sweet it sounds. Arul Vilasame.
Arul vilasame.
Ahavinashame.
Ahavinashame.
Kept that simple. Ahavinasham, not extraordinary. Actually, when we go into the self, the destruction of the ego will not even be known to us because it just dissolves so simply. It just disappears without our knowledge. Inbavikasame.
Inbavikasame.
Anma prakashame.
Arul vilasame. Ahavinashame. Inbavikasame. Ayye ati sulabam. Sarima pada sarima garisa. Nisa nida nida pama pama. Sa nisa nida pamada. Nisa nida pamada. Pama pada pama re gama re sa re gama pada nisa.
Kanmadi katta vizha.
Kanmadi katta vizha.
Janmadi nattamezha.
Janmadi nattamezha.
So he had finished in each verse of this song. At one point, actually when I was studying, doing my dissertation, and I had gone into this song, and I called it the song of bliss rather than Anma Vidya Kirtana, because every stanza, Bhagavan finishes with Inbam. The first one was Inbam Pongume. That is just welling up, bliss is welling up all the time. The next one is Inbattaname. This is the place of bliss. Then here, the third stanza, he had said Inba Vikasame. There's a flowering of bliss. It's a flowering of bliss. And so he says, here with the flowering of bliss, what happens? Kanmadi kat avizha. Kanmadi kat avizha. All the bondage of karma. Karma adi is this. We can take it as the adi karma, the adi kattu, or we can say karma adi from etc. Karma etc. Whichever is the source of bondage, you may have different thoughts in different philosophies, doesn't matter. Kanmadi kattu avizha. Janmadi nattam yezha. Okay, so there is no, for you to reach the fruit of ending all births, which is the way, Bhagavan. Immar kanmadi katavizha janmadi nattamezha emmargamadaneenum immargamikkelidhu
Margamadaniinum immargamikkelidhu.
He said, this is the simplest way. Simplest way. Emmargamadaninum immargamikka elide. What is that? Solmanadatanuvin.
Solmanadatanuvin.
Kanmadi siridindre.
Kanmadi siridindre.
No movement. Kanmadi sirid indri. There should be no movement at all. No action of what? Sol manada tanu. Tanu, body. Sol, vak. Manada, mind. Kaya, vang, mana. Because in Upadesha Saram he tells us, these are the three forms of action. Kaya, vang, mana, karyamuttamam. Okay, so these are the three forms in which action happens. The body also should remain still. The vak also should remain still. The mind also should remain still. This is the state to which Bhagavan went. Any other word to myself. I held my breath. I lay down as rigid as if rigor mortis has come, and I held my breath and I did not speak any word. Kanmadi sirid indri. He later says, I did not have any mind. I mean, he indicates that he didn't have a mind. He didn't have a concept of a mind. Because where he was having Arunachala Spurana all the time, what thoughts would he have had? He didn't have thoughts, but not for us. So he has given us the method of stilling the thoughts also. Kanmadi sirid indri. Sol manasa tanuvin karmadi sirid indri. Summa mandirka.
Summa mandirka.
Simply be, without any movement of body, speech or mind. Summa amarnirka. Summa. This is said to be even deeper teaching of Bhagavan than Nanyar. So the previous verse he has talked about Nanyar. Here he is saying Summa. Just to be. Just be. What is the need to move? Why should if the mind moves, the speech moves, and then the body moves, isn't it? If the mind does not move, nothing else will move. Why does the mind move? It moves because it expects to attain something. It expects to get some joy out of its movement or from the object towards which it is moving. Obviously, if it expects sorrow, it will not move towards it. It will move away from it. That's also a movement. Either it wants to move towards something to attain joy, or move away from something to avoid sorrow, and thereby get a lesser joy at least. Avoid sorrow, at least you are relatively happier than if you are with sorrow. So there is movement towards a goal with the expectation that there is bliss over there. That is why Bhagavan has been telling us again and again, bliss is in the self. When you get back to the self, it is not the normal happiness that you would have experienced even in your best, happiest moment. No. Inbam pungume. It is just a surge of bliss. It's a deluge of bliss. It is not of the nature of any happiness you could have experienced in life at any point of time. So, when we recognize this, either by recognizing that we are only seeking happiness and that happiness is only in the self, when we tell ourselves, okay, what are you going to lose or what are you going to gain by this movement? And this Bhagavan told even the monkeys. In the Pavakundra days, it is said that he had a group of monkeys sitting around him. And normally, poor thing, we give the synonym of monkey to our mind. But Bhagavan has said monkeys are great tapasvis. They are not like you people. They are great tapasvis. They are great sannyasis. They eat what they can get. They don't plan for the next day. They live on the trees. And even their children, they bring them up until the children are dependent on them. And then they allow them to be free. They don't try to protect them lifelong or demand anything from them lifelong. So, they are the real sannyasis, says Bhagavan. But yes, why if they are the real sannyasis, why is it that all the monkeys are not jnanis? Because their attention span apparently may be low. So they can be completely attentive. You see, the monkey can see whatever is in your bag. Food stuff is there from a distance or something. They will know. It will come directly. It will snatch it. So their focus is very sharp, but span is low. Okay, so that's why. They cannot sustain that attention. So what did Bhagavan do? He made them all sit around him, or they came and sat because of that power of his presence, of the joy of that self. And when they sat, they were all in silence. Summa amarndiruk. Summa. Then, after some time, one of the monkeys will move. So that's just movement, some disturbance. So Bhagavan would say, Yenda rajyam kolla pordu? Which kingdom are you going to lose? You are worried you are losing some kingdom if you sit still. And that's a great mantra for us also, for being still. When the mind again says, oh, I need to do this, I need to do that, we can tell ourselves, Endha rajyam kolla pordu? What are we losing? Summa amarndirukka amma ahathil anma jyotiye. Summa amarndirukka amma ahathil anma jyotiye.
Summa amarndirukka amma ahathil anma jyotiye. Nidhanubhutiye. Irad bhitiye. Inbam bodhiye. Anma jyotiye. Nirad bhitiye. Irad bhitiye. Inbam bodhiye. Summa amarndirukka amma ahathil anma jyotiye. Nidhanubhutiye. Irad bhitiye. Inbam bodhiye. Ayye ati sulabham sarima pada sarima garisa. நிச நித நித பமதா பமகரி சாரி கம பமதா நிசா.
விண்ணாதிய விளக்கும் கண்ணாதிய பொறிக்கும்.
விண்ணாதிய விளக்கும் கண்ணாதிய பொறிக்கும்.
கண்ணாமன வீணுக்கும் கண்ணாமன கணுக்கும். கண்ணாமன வீணுக்கும்.
கண்ணாமன கணுக்கும் கண்ணாய் மன வீணுக்கும்.
விண்ணாதொரு பொருள் வேறெண்ணாதிருந்தபடி.
விண்ணாய் ஒரு பொருள் வேறெண்ணாதிருந்தபடி.
உள்நாடுளத்தொளிரும்
உள்நாடுளத்தொளிரும்.
அண்ணாமலை
அண்ணாமலை.
விண்ணாதிய விளக்கும் கண்ணாதிய பொறிக்கும். கண்ணா மனக்கண்ணுக்கும் கண்ணாய் மனவினுக்கும். So, விண்ணாதிய விளக்கும். There is the light of the sky, the expanse, the akasha. And kannadiya porikum, all the senses, they have a light, right? We are able to see, we are able to hear, all this, all the pori, starting with the sight, because the sight is the king, it is said. 75% of our experiences are through sight. So, all the sense experience, the light of the sense experience, kanna manakkannukum, and there is a light of the mind. So there are all these three lights, and there is the light of the self which lights all these. For all this, kannai manavinnukkum vinnai oru porul. Even for that light, this is the sky, this is the being in which all these lights are included, and that is the source of all these lights. Vinnai oru porul வேறெண்ணாதிருந்தபடி உள்நாடுளத்தொளிரும். So, without thinking of, without being at any of these levels, world, the sky, the universe, lighted by the sun. If we come inwards, we can say that all this is visible to me only because of my eyes, my sense perceptions. I am able to see all these lights, all these, the light which lights the sense experiences are the sense organs, the senses. So that light, drawing oneself back even from that light and asking, who knows this light? Who can say, I see, I hear? It is the light of the mind. Kanna manakkannukum. And then when I say, hey, that light, the world is lighted by the sense perceptions, the sense perceptions are lighted by my mind. Who says it? Something which is subtler than the mind. That is mana vin. That is the akasha of the mind. That is the I thought. For all this, there is a deeper win, says Bhagavan. There is the aham spurana, I. That aham spurana is the witness to the intellect, which is the witness to the thoughts, which are the witness to the senses, which are the witness to the world. So drawing it all back, this is how it goes out. Bring it back, says Bhagavan. வேறெண்ணாதிருந்தபடி உள்நாடுளத்தொளிரும். When we do not think of anything else, of any of this, even do not go to the first step of even being the watcher, then what happens is, அண்ணாமலை என் ஆன்மா விளங்குமே, ஆன்மா காணுமே. மலை ஆன்மா காணுமே,
ஆன்மா காணுமே,
அருளும் வேணுமே,
அருளும் வேணுமே,
அன்பு பூணுமே,
அன்பு பூணுமே, இன்பு தோணுமே ஆன்மா காணுமே அருளும் வேணுமே அன்பு பூணுமே இன்பு தோணுமே.
Bhagavan says then the self is revealed. And then he says, Anma kanume, arulum venume, grace is required. Then anbu poonume, love. We began with that. Bhagavan is the embodiment of love. Anbu poonume, inbu thonume. Bliss. Bliss is revealed. But he uses the phrase arulum venume. Grace is also needed for this effort. Now, why does he use this phrase? Ganeshan and V. Ganeshan, Bhagavan's brother's grandson, and deeply into the sadhana of Bhagavan, who dedicated his life to the sadhana and to Sri Ramanashramam in his early years, right up to his point of when he decided to go into more ekanta sadhana. So then he was in the sadhana and he had Muruganar Swami, he had Vishnu Swami, everyone there. And suddenly he said, I ran to Muruganar Swami one day. I said, Swami, I understood. I am finding this self-inquiry practice so difficult. It is because grace is also needed, right? And he says, always Muruganar Swami, Vishnu Swami, these great ones would receive me with so much of love and would always speak to me with great love. But suddenly that, when I said this, Muruganar Swami became very stern. Don't make such excuses. Don't make such excuses saying Arul is needed, grace is needed. What can I do? Grace is always there. You have to put in your effort. And subsequently I've heard many people saying that grace is the self. It is always there. It is given. Don't even say this has happened because of grace. That is obvious. That is obvious. It is so obvious you don't even need to say it. That's what great ones say. Then why is Bhagavan saying it here? To remind us that everything is happening only because of grace. The effort, the knowledge about the self, which we have forgotten, the knowledge about the path, the strength to practice, and the final experience is all only grace. There is nothing other than grace. To remind us of this, Bhagavan has used this phrase over here, Arulum Venume, in case as we are practicing and as we begin to experience the thought-free state, we begin to think, oh, I am experiencing it. I am practicing. I understand. Lest this subtle ego crops up, Bhagavan has given us this in the final verse, Arulum Venume, and he calls it Annamalai Anma. Annamalai Anma. That is the heart of the universe, Bhagavan says, Arunachala. And he turns our attention back to that. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. I have overstepped this part of the presentation today because we have to present this Kirtanam in Kannada along with our students, and also present possibly a couple of other Kirtanams in the section, musical section, which was to be from 3:45 to 4:50. So maybe we will go on till about 4:20. When is the next session? 5 is the next session. So maybe we'll just sing 3 songs. Yeah, just 3 songs. Sing this completely.
Oh, we are not singing this again now.
Already late.
Edit part of the number. ಆತ್ಮಜ್ಞಾನ ಎನಿತೋ ಸುಲಭ ಏನು ಸರಳವೋ, ಆತ್ಮಜ್ಞಾನ ಎನಿತೋ ಸುಲಭ ಏನು ಸರಳವೋ, ಶ್ರದ್ಧೆಯಿಂದ ತಿಳಿಯ ಬರುವ ಜನರೇ ವಿರಳವೋ, ಆತ್ಮಜ್ಞಾನ ಎನಿತೋ ಸುಲಭ ಏನು ಸರಳವೋ, ಶ್ರದ್ಧೆಯಿಂದ ತಿಳಿಯ ಬರುವ ಜನರೇ ವಿರಳವೋ, ಆತ್ಮಜ್ಞಾನ ಎನಿತೋ ಸುಲಭ ಏನು ಸರಳವೋ.
be presenting another kirtanam or two kirtanams, those in Ramanaanjali Sangeetam, which are in the kirtana format. This song which we'll be presenting is by Manavasi Ramaswamy Iyer, also known as Sharanagati Ramaswamy Iyer. He is a primary Vagayakara in Ramanaanjali Sangeetam. A Vagayakara is one who not only writes the lyrics but has also set the music for that composition. The music and the lyrics come together to them. They are Vagayakaras. But Bhagavan, Muruganar, they are all poets. They have written the poetry or they have written the songs, but they have not set them to music. They have been set to music by Sulochana Natarajan, HMV Raghu, L. Krishnan, Rajkumar Bharati, H.K. Narayana, Ambika Kameshwar, and several other music directors. But Manavasi Ramaswamy Iyer, he was a Vagayakara. So all his compositions, he has set them to music. And I thought we'll present this item over here because it is a composition which is in praise of Mother Alagamma's shrine.
मातृभूतेश्वरम् आश्रयामि महायोगशक्तिसमेतम् मातृभूतेश्वरम् आश्रयामि महायोगशक्तिसमेतम् मातृभूतेश्वरम् आश्रयामि महायोगशक्तिसमेतम्
your crystalline exposition of Aye Ati Sulabham, which is otherwise so metta katinam for people like us, was as seamless as the flow and switch between Sama, Ritigola, among other ragas. It almost took us close to the experience. Node Kayeli Nellikaye, Nityavadado, Atmajnana, Enito Sulabo, Enu Saralavo. Thank you, Dr. Sharda Natarajan, for the wonderful exposition of this difficult piece. I would request our chief guest, Srimati Mallika Ravi Madam, to kindly come over on the stage and Mallika, sorry, I seek your our old student goes by the name Mallika Ravi.
Namo Ramana. Pranams to Mata Pita Guru Devam. My namaskarams to you all. Lovely devotional music presented by the artists and students of RMCL. I congratulate each one of them for their performance and contribution today. Anma Vidya Kirtanam, the science of self-knowledge. Great inspiring talk today by Dr. Sarada Natarajan, President of Ramana Maharshi Center of Learning. As daughters of my uncle, Sri A.R. Natarajan, and my aunt, Srimati Sulochana Natarajan, who are the founding pillars of RMCL, both Dr. Sarada and Dr. Ambika Kameshwar continue to hold high the torch of RMCL. The endowment for RMCL Culturals was instituted by my niece, Srimati Sheila Suresh, in honor of her maternal grandparents, V.N. Lakshmi Srinivasa Rao and V.N. Srinivasa Rao, parents of my sister, Srimati Nirmala Mohan and me. My mother loved culturals, music and dance. My father, V.N. Srinivasa Rao, fondly known as VNSR, was barrister at law, High Court of Madras, and a research scholar in the legal world, who became Atmartha devotee of Bhagavan Sri Ramana Maharshi after meeting Bhagavan at Tiruvannamalai Ashram in the year 1943. Today, 19th Jan 2025, is a special day as VNSR passed away 32 years back in 1993 on the 19th of Jan. It is a blessing that Sheila Suresh and I are here today for VNSR endowment program. I thank you all. Namo Ramana. Namaskar.
Seems to be more than one coincidence this seminar. Multiple of those. Yeah. Thank you, madam, for being with us on this day. Thank you all. We will soon have the benedictory address by Sri Jayendrapuri Mahaswamiji, Peethadipati of Sri Kailasa Ashrama, Bangalore. He will speak on yet another gem of Bhagavan, that is the Appalam song. That will be at 5 p.m. sharp. We will have tea at the basement, the conference room, and come back at 5 p.m. for Swamiji's address. Thank you. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramana. Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. The eagerly awaited benedictory talk will shortly be delivered by Swamiji. Prior to this, we will have an invocation or prayer from the students and the president of the Ramana Center, Bangalore.
वरपराशर गोत्रसंगयशस्करं वरपराशर गोत्रसमुद्भवं वसुमती सुरसंगयशस्करं वरपराशर गोत्रसमुद्भवम् विमल सुंदर पंडित नंदनम विमल सुंदर नंदनम विमल सुंदर पंडित नंदनम विमल सुंदर पंडित नंदनम कमलपत्र विशाल विलोचनम कमलपत्र विशाल विलोचनम कमलपत्र विशाल विलोचनम कमलपत्र विशाल विलोचनम पनिपसासानि पनिपरीरे सरि गामरि सनि सनि पमगम पदनि सरि रिस सनि नि पमगमरि रिगागम वरपराशर गोत्रसमुद्भवं वसुमती सुरसंगयशस्करं वरपराशर गोत्रसमुद्भवम् अरुणशैलगताश्रमवासिनं परमहंसमनञ्जनमच्युतम् अरुणशैलगताश्रमवासिनं परमहंसमनञ्जनमच्युतं करुणया ददतं व्यवहारितां करुणया ददतं व्यवहारितां करुणया ददतं व्यवहारितां करुणया ददतं व्यवहारितां सततमात्मनि संस्थितमक्षरे सततमात्मनि संस्थितमक्षरे सततमात्मनि संस्थितमक्षरे सततमात्मनि संस्थितमक्षरे पनिपसासानि पनिपरीरे सरि गामरि सनि सनि पमगम पदनि सरि रिस सनि नि पमगमरि रिगागम वरपराशर गोत्रसमुद्भवं वसुमती सुरसंगयशस्करं वरपराशर गोत्रसमुद्भवम् नमो रमण सदाशिव प्रभावरण नमो महर्षि नमो महर्षि नमो 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 रमण सदाशिव प्रभावरण नमो महर्षि नमो महर्षि दर्शन सुख मंगल मुख सकल जीव हित सम्मुख ब्रह्म संगिये दर्शन सुख मंगल मुख सकल जीव हित सम्मुख ब्रह्म संगिये
नमो 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 रमण सदाशिव प्रभावरण नमो महर्षि नमो महर्षि सदा तुष्ट सदा हृष्ट सदा शिवानंद पुष्ट सदा तुष्ट सदा हृष्ट सदा शिवानंद पुष्ट परम महर्षि ब्रह्मनिष्ठ समदर्शी नमो 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 रमण सदाशिव प्रभावरण नमो महर्षि ನಮ್ಮ ಮನವದೊಂದು ಕಾಡು ನೀನರಿತಿಹೆ ಅದರ ಜಾಡು ನಮ್ಮ ಮನವದೊಂದು ಕಾಡು ನೀನರಿತಿಹೆ ಅದರ ಜಾಡು ಹಿತವನರಿತು ನೀಡು ತೆಮ್ಮ ಕೊರೆಯ ತಣಿಸಲೈ ಹಿತವನರಿತು ನೀಡು ತೆಮ್ಮ ಕೊರೆಯ ತಣಿಸಲೈ ನಮೋ 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 ರಮಣ ಸದಾಶಿವ ಪ್ರಭಾವರಣ ನಮೋ ಮಹರ್ಷಿ ಬೇಡಲೆಂದು ಬಂದ ನಾವು ನೋಡಿಯೇ ತಣಿವೆವಯ್ಯ ಬೇಡಲೆಂದು ಬಂದ ನಾವು ನೋಡಿಯೇ ತಣಿವೆವಯ್ಯ ಮೋಡಿಗಾರನೇ ಹಿತವ ನುಡಿದು ಪೊರೆ ನಮ್ಮನು ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ಸಂಗಿಯೇ ಹಿತವ ನುಡಿದು ಪೊರೆ ನಮ್ಮನು ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ಸಂಗಿಯೇ ನಮೋ 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 ರಮಣ ಸದಾಶಿವ ಪ್ರಭಾವರಣ ನಮೋ ಮಹರ್ಷಿ ನಮೋ 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 ರಮಣ ಸದಾಶಿವ ಪ್ರಭಾವರಣ ನಮೋ ಮಹರ್ಷಿ
Swamiji has blessed us with his divine presence virtually on many seminars, at least at the national seminars that we have had here. Yet for the ever increasing group of Ramana devotees, Swamiji may not be as familiar to all of us as he is to the center. A brief introduction about Swamiji. His Holiness Sri Jayendra Puri Swamiji is the Peethadipati of Sri Kailasa Ashrama, Bengaluru, and he also the head of all the sister trusts, including the Sri Jnanakshi Educational Institutions Trust and Sri Rajarajeshwari Charitable Hospital Trust. He is the worthy successor of his Guru, His Holiness Sri Tiruchi Mahaswamiji. Mahaswamiji divinely manifested on the 20th October of 1960. Dharma was the foundation of a happy and fulfilling childhood. Success was a constant shadow which did not come in the way of a life of perfect equanimity. What is awe-inspiring is that when Mahaswamiji read the scriptures for the very first time, everything resonated as though it was completely his very existence. Mahaswamiji is a polyglot. He converses with devotees and seekers of truth from around the world in their respective languages. Mahaswamiji felt inspired to make his way into the Sri Kailasa Ashrama in 1987 when he met his Guru Sri Tiruchi Mahaswamiji. Mahaswamiji knew immediately that he had found his Guru and expressed his desire to take sannyasa. There was not even a trace of doubt in his mind, which was already a reflection of the divine consciousness. Mahaswamiji was asked to wait and in due course to be accepted as a disciple. A month later, he was sent to Haridwar to learn Sanskrit and the scriptures and to serve His Holiness Acharya Mahamandaleshwar Swami Prakashananji Maharaj, who was then quite advanced in his years. Just before he left, Mahaswamiji received the robes of Brahmacharya. He lived in Haridwar and North India for 7.5 years. Early in 1989, before the Allahabad Kumbh Mela, which is again taking place as we speak, Mahaswamiji wrote to Sri Tiruchi Swamiji seeking initiation into sannyasa. Sri Tiruchi Mahaswamiji finally gave him permission with instructions that the ceremony in Haridwar be conducted with Sri Tiruchi Mahaswamiji as his Guru. Mahaswamiji kept to himself and performed his rigors immaculately. On completing his duties and study, he returned to Sri Kailasa Ashrama to serve the goddess and his guru. The divine presence of Mahaswamiji serves as a guidance to revive the glorious heritage of Bharatiya Sanskriti, where everyone respects one another, irrespective of any differences, and ultimately attain God in all his glory. For over to Mahaswamiji for the benedictory address titled around the Appalam song. Who else other than Mahaswamiji can extol it better for us? Over to you, Swamiji.
श्रीकैलासमठाधीशं तिरुचिस्वामीयतीश्वरम् भावातीतं भवहरं वन्देऽहं परमं गुरुं वन्देऽहं परमं गुरुं साधुप्रियं कृपाब्धिं च शान्तमूर्तिं तपोनिधिं शिष्यप्रशिष्यरूपेण बोधकं गुरुमाश्रये बोधकं गुरुमाश्रये अम्बा शाम्भवी चन्द्रमौलिरबला अपर्णा उमा पार्वती काली हैमवती शिवा त्रिनयनी कात्यायनी भैरवी सावित्री नवयौवना शुभकरी साम्राज्यलक्ष्मी प्रदा चिद्रूपा परदेवता भगवती श्रीराजराजेश्वरी श्रीराजराजेश्वरी ॐ नमो ब्रह्मादिभ्यो ब्रह्मविद्यासम्प्रदायकर्तृभ्यो वंशऋषिभ्यो नमो महद्भ्यो नमो गुरुभ्यः सर्वोपप्लवरहितः प्रज्ञानघन प्रत्यगर्थो ब्रह्मैवाहमस्मि श्रुतिस्मृतिपुराणानाम् आलयं करुणालयं नमामि भगवत्पादं शङ्करं लोकशङ्करं शङ्करं शङ्कराचार्यं केशवं बादरायणं सूत्रभाष्यकृतौ वन्दे भगवन्तौ पुनः पुनः ईश्वरो गुरुरात्मेति मूर्तिभेदविभागिने व्योमवद्व्याप्तदेहाय दक्षिणामूर्तये नमः। ॐ नमो भगवते रमणाय। By the divine grace of Jagannmata Sri Jnanakshi Rajarajeshwari, by the grace of all Mahatmas, all great personalities, all saints of this beautiful Bhumandalam, we all are present here today as very, very fortunate people to be able to muse upon a wonderful composition by Bhagavan Sri Ramana Maharshi, which is the essence of all the scriptures of our Bharatiya Samskriti have ever elucidated. And this beautiful composition, although it is in Tamil, chaste Tamil, in proper meter, and it has the original words from the Vedantic texts. But once you understand the meaning of this, even literal meaning, definitely your face will change from a frown to a smile. The frown is because you don't understand the word. The smile is because Appala part is going to tell you everything about yourself. So the name of this particular composition by Bhagavan Ramana Maharshi is Appala Part. We all know that Appalam is very, very dear to all of us. Bharat, if there is a occasion for us to have some very special feast, a meal, and if the appalams are being, to put it in a very Englishized word, Tanglish, poriched, they are being poriched now, you will see that children will first put their hand on the papad only. And while you are eating the other dishes, while you are having the other dishes, the children will keep on eating one after the other, one after the other. So it is such a favorite dish. Appalam is one of the most, even for elders also. Don't feel bad. We all know that very well. And especially not the chutta pappadam, not the roasted one, but the fried one only is very, very tasty. So Bhagavan Sri Ramana Maharshi is seeing the difficulty for the common man in understanding the subtle tenets of spirituality. Seeing the difficulty for common man to understand technical words, technical concepts of Atma Jnana, Atma Sakshatkara, Bhagavat Sakshatkara, Mukti. Seeing this difficulty, and on the request of somebody, Bhagavan Sri Ramana Maharshi never used to author any composition on his own because he was always reveling in the self. Yastvatma ratireva syat atma triptascha manavaha atmanyeva cha santushtah tasya karyam na vidyate. Bhagavad Gita, Sri Krishna says, the one who is reveling or enjoying or rejoicing in himself itself, for him there is no duty, there is no activity also. Such was the state of Bhagavan Sri Ramana Maharshi. You all know that, all of you who have heard about Bhagavan Sri Ramana Maharshi, whether even if you have visited Tiruvannamalai, not visited Tiruvannamalai, or gone to the Arunachaleshwara Kshetra, not gone to the Kshetra, if you have heard even the word Ramana, you immediately a thought arises in your mind about that glorious personality of that great saint. So a person who revels in oneself, ರಿವೆಲಿಂಗ್ ಇನ್ ಒನ್ ಸೆಲ್ಫ್, ತನ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ತಾನೇ ಆನಂದ ಪಡುತ್ತಿರಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಪದಾರ್ಥದಿಂದಲೋ ಅಥವಾ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಕ್ರಿಯೆಯಿಂದಲೋ ಮತ್ತು ಆನಂದ ಬೇಗ ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆ ಇರಲ್ಲ. In the Atmabodha, Bhagavan Shankara says, Yel labhan na paro labho. Yel labhan na paro labho, yat sukhan na param sukham, yat jnanan na param jnanam, tad brahmet avadharayet. Which means, that beyond which there is no other benefit to be attained. In this world we find that ಯಾರಾದರೂ ಬಂದು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ರ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಇದು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದೆ, ಅದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಇದು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದೆ. ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ರು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ನೀವೆಲ್ಲ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು ಏನೂ ಇಲ್ಲ ಕಡೆ, ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ತುಂಬ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದೆ, ಅದೋಡ ನಲ್ಲಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು. ಬಟ್ ಇನ್ ದ ಕೇಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಪರಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ಜ್ಞಾನಂ ದೇರ್ ಇಸ್ ನಥಿಂಗ್ ಮೋರ್ ದೆನ್ ದಟ್ ಅಟ್ ಆಲ್. ಆತ್ಮತೃಪ್ತಶ್ಚ ಮಾನವಃ, ಆತ್ಮತೃಪ್ತಿ. This Atma Tripti is such a wonderful Tripti that it completely, fully makes your every single element of your being not to want anything anymore. The sense of wanting itself is going to come to an end. Not that you achieved something which you wanted. That is why Bhagavan Ramarshi Rappalamit Paru. He says, why don't you make the appalam which I am going to tell you now? And the name of that appalam, it is not some Coimbatore appalam or Tirupur appalam or some other Salem appalam. It is Tanmaya appalam. The name of the appalam is what? Tanmaya appalam. You all must have heard some children who are named as Tanmay. Have you heard? Chinmay, Tanmay. So the meaning of this Tanmay, we all have used this word many times, but it is such a lofty word. The word Tanmaya is such a lofty word. Tan is actually before the Sandhi, before the joining of the two elements, it is Tat. Tat only becomes Tan. Tat Maya. The following word is beginning with Ma. So Ma is a nasal sound. Ma is a nasal sound. So Mayaha in Sanskrit means the whole. Complete. The word Mayaha is complete. Anandamaya. Anandamayi. Ananda only. Maya means that alone, nothing else. So the word Tanmaya is Tadmaya. The word Tanmaya means Tatmaya. In joining by grammatical rules, Tat becomes Tan because it is followed by Ma. Ta becomes Na, so it becomes Tanmaya. The meaning of the word Tanmaya is that only. That only. Adu matra. Adannu bittu berenu illa. Adannu bittu berenu illa. ಅನ್ನೋದೇ ತನ್ಮಯ ಅನ್ನೋ ಶಬ್ದಕ್ಕೆ ಅರ್ಥ. ಯಾರಾದರೂ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಹೆಸರು ತನ್ಮಯ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಅದರ ಅರ್ಥ ಏನು? ಮೀನಿಂಗ್ ಇಸ್ ದಟ್ ಅಲೋನ್. ಸೊ ದಿಸ್ ತನ್ಮಯ ಇಸ್ ದ ನೇಮ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಅಪ್ಪಳಂ ವಿಚ್ ಭಗವಾನ್ ಶ್ರೀ ರಮಣ ಮಹರ್ಷಿ ಈಸ್ ಆಫರಿಂಗ್ ಟು ಅಸ್ ಟು ಪ್ರಿಪೇರ್ ನೌ. He offered the appalam, but you might have thought, okay, the appalam is ready, we'll eat it now, but it's not yet ready. He wants you to prepare it right from scratch. Bhagavan Ramana Maharshi wants you to prepare that appalam by yourself right from scratch. Are you able to follow? ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ? ಭಗವಾನ್ ರಮಣ ಮಹರ್ಷಿಯವರು ನಮಗೆ ಅಪ್ಪಳವನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟು ನೀನು ತಿನ್ಬಿಡಪ್ಪ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿಲ್ಲ ನಮಗೆ. ಅವರೇನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ತಗೊಳ್ಳಪ್ಪ ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ, ಪದ್ಧತಿ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ, ನೀನು ಅದನ್ನು ತಯಾರು ಮಾಡ್ಕೋ, ನೀನು ಅದನ್ನು ಸಿದ್ಧಪಡಿಸ್ಕೋ. ಅಪ್ಪಳಂ ಇಟ್ಟು ಪಾರು, ಅಪ್ಪಳಂ ಇಟ್ಟು ಪಾರು ಅಂತ ಶುರು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಕಾಂಪೋಸಿಷನ್. ಅದೇನು, ಹಪ್ಪಳವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿ ನೋಡು. ಅತ್ತೈ ಚಾಪಿಟ್ಟು ಉನ್ ಆಸೈ ತೀರು. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಲೈನ್ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಅತ್ತೈ ಚಾಪಿಟ್ಟು ಉನ್ ಆಸೈ ತೀರು. ವೆರಿ ನೈಸ್ ಬ್ಯೂಟಿಫುಲ್ ಲೈನ್. ನೀನು ಹಪ್ಪಳವನ್ನು ಮಾಡು ಫಸ್ಟು, ಅದು ಮಾಡಿದ ನಂತರ ಅದನ್ನು ನೀನೇ ಸವಿ, ನೀನೇ ಅದನ್ನು ತಿಂದು ನಿನ್ನ ಆಸೆಯ ಕೊನೆಯನ್ನು ನೋಡು. ಅದ್ಭುತವಾದ ಶಬ್ದ. ಉನ್ ಆಸೆಯೇ ತೀರ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ಇಟ್ಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಸ್ಯಾಟಿಸ್ಫೈಯಿಂಗ್ ಯುವರ್ ಡಿಸೈರ್, ಪುಟ್ ಎನ್ ಎಂಡ್ ಟು ಡಿಸೈರ್ ಇಟ್ ಸೆಲ್ಫ್. ಸಿ ದ ಡಿಫರೆನ್ಸ್? ಸ್ಯಾಟಿಸ್ಫೈಯಿಂಗ್ ಒನ್ಸ್ ಡಿಸೈರ್ ಇಸ್ ಸಮಥಿಂಗ್. ಏನೋ ಒಂದು ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದಾಗ ನಾವೇನು ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಅದನ್ನು ಕೊಂಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದ ತಕ್ಷಣವೇ ನಾವು ಅಂದ್ಕೊಳ್ತೀವಿ, ಆಯಿತು ಸಾಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ, ಅಂದ್ಕೊಂಡಿರ್ತೀವಿ. ఇది దొరికితే నాకు చాలు అనుకుంటాం ఏమిటి, అదైనాక దొరికినాక మళ్ళీ ఇంకేమైనా కావాలా, దానికి ఇంకేమో కావాలా. సో ఇట్స్ ఎ నెవర్ ఎండింగ్ డిజైర్, నెవర్ ఎండింగ్ డిజైర్. డజంట్ ఎండ్ ఎట్ ఆల్. డిజైర్ డజంట్ ఎండ్ ఎట్ ఆల్. సో వీ థింక్ దట్ ద డిజైర్ విల్ ఎండ్. So Bhagavan Sri Ramana Maharshi understands that the desires never end. He puts an end to desire itself. Appalam ittu paaru, attai chaapittu un aasayai theeru. Attai chaapittu un aasayai theeru andre two double meaning is there, no? Shlesha alankara. Shlesha alankara is there. When there are two meanings in one expression, it's called as Shlesha alankara. In Tamil we say sledam. In Tamil we say sledam, shiledam. But double meaning is, one is you satisfy your desire to eat, or put an end to the desire of wanting to eat itself. You wanted to eat something, you satisfy the desire. But here you are going to put an end to the desire of not only eating, all desires itself. You know very well that Bhagavan Buddha said, the root cause of misery is Ase. The root cause of misery is what? Ase. If you have any sort of difficulty in your life, any sort of difficulty, pain, suffering, and you want to find out the cause, don't go to the doctor at all. Just see that the root cause is only desire. You are desiring something, that's why you are suffering. If there is no desire, there is no suffering at all. That's the beauty of this. That is why you will find that great Maharshis, Mahatmas, they also undergo so many ailments. As long as the body is there, the ailments will be there. Idam shariram krimi jala sankulam. Idam shariram krimi jala sankulam swabhava durgandham ashaucham adhruvam. Idam shariram krimi jala sankulam swabhava durgandham ashaucham adhruvam rujayutam ramanti murkha naramanti pandita. The nature of the body itself is, it is prone to be attacked by ailments. You may take any amount of medications and inoculations and vaccinations, but you think that you will get immunity, but a new virus will come up from somewhere. Vairis will stop, but viruses will not stop. Vairi, Shatru may stop, but viruses will not stop. There are newer and newer viruses will come who have got the immunity towards medicine. You will not develop immunity towards viruses, but the viruses will develop immunity towards medications, so they will not work at all now. So continuously this body is going to be subject to all these difficulties. So that means even anyone who has got a body, whether it is a Mahatma or a normal person, definitely they have to undergo these ailments, but suffering is different. One may have a disease, one may have a pain or an injury also, but suffering from that is different. The Mahatmas or Mahapurushas do not suffer at all. They don't suffer because they are on a suffer. हिंदी में सफ़र कर रहे हो, हिंदी में क्या बोलते हैं, सफ़र कर रहे हैं, तो इसलिए SUFFER नहीं, उनको SAFAR मात्र उनको है. So Bhagavan Ramana Maharshi begins this beautiful poem or song. He says, Appalam ittu paaru, அத்தை சாப்பிட்டு உன் ஆசை தீரு, ஆசையை தீரு. What type, how to make that appalam? Then he says, the procedure is going to be explained by Mahatmas to you. And what is the source of the Mahatmas? Source for the Mahatmas? They get it from the beautiful spiritual knowledge. So he says, Ippuvi tannil oyamal tirundu. Instead of continuously simply going on, roaming about in this world, trying to find fulfillment of desires, instead of going, keeping walking around here and there, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋದರೆ ನನ್ನ ಆಸೆ ತೀರುತ್ತೆ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋದರೆ ನನ್ನ ಆಸೆ ಪೂರ್ತಿ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೋದು ಅಂದ್ಕೊಂಡು ಓಡಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು ಬದಲಾಗಿ, ಸದ್ಗುರು ಎಂಬ ಒಬ್ಬ ಸುಂದರವಾದ ಒಬ್ಬ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರು ಸುಖಸ್ವರೂಪರಾಗೇ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಸದ್ಗುರುಗಳು. That Sadguru is already of the nature of Ananda. The Sadguru is of the nature of Ananda. That Ananda which you are searching elsewhere, you can see it in the Sadguru. Satchidananda. But Sat means consciousness. Sat means existence. Chit means consciousness. And Ananda is only pure happiness, pure bliss. So the Guru is of that form. That place where you go, when you go to that person, immediately you feel that all the burden is released. The burden in your body and mind seems to simply vanish away when you meet the Sadguru. And how is that the nature of Sadguru and the nature of his Upadesha? For that, Bhagavan Ramana Maharshi takes the example of Bhagavan Dakshinamurti. You might have seen that in every Shiva temple, on the southern side, that is facing the south, there will be one beautiful form of Shiva who is sitting down under the banyan tree. Shiva is sitting below the banyan tree. And the age of Shiva is very, very, very tender age, of a tender age. Yuva, something like 15, 16. You can understand that Shiva is also depicting his form in the form of a youth. Chitram Vatataror Mule. Chitram Vatataror Mule. Vatataru is what? Banyan tree. Vatataru in Sanskrit means banyan tree. Chitram means very, very beautiful with all flowers and leaves and branches and trunk also, very grand trunk. Then even from the banyan tree you see all the like jata comes from the banyan tree. All that is there is very, very beautiful. Below, under the shade of that tree, there is a young person sitting down, that is Dakshinamurti Swarupa Paramatma. It is Bhagavan Shiva in the form of Dakshinamurti, and he has got one hand like this. Jnana Mudra. This is called as Jnana Mudra. Why is this called as Jnana Mudra? Many people would have seen this being used even for yoga also. When you do meditation, you are asked to keep your fingers like this, no? So the concept of Jnanam is explained by this mudra, Jnana Mudra. What is Jnana Mudra? Simple. It is yourself and Paramatma joining together. These two fingers, the thumb and the forefinger, they represent the union of Paramatma and Jivatma. Jivatma and Paramatma, the union of that. Jiveshvara Yoga. And then there are three things which you have completed. Earlier it was like this. I want. You are using all this. Now you have just left these three fingers go away like this. So this is called as Pashu, Pati and Pasham. This is Pashu, Pati and Pasham. So you take out this Pashu, Pati and Pasham. Pashu is the sense of individuality, the sense of I. Pati is the sense of Ishvara being other than me. ಈಶ್ವರ ಇಸ್ ಅದರ್ ದ್ಯಾನ್ ಮೀ, ನನ್ನನ್ನು ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಬೇರೆ ಈಶ್ವರ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಆ ಒಂದು ಭಾವನೆ, ಅಂದರೆ ಈಶ್ವರಿಗೂ ನನಗೂ ತುಂಬ ಭೇದ ಇದೆ ಎಂಬ ಭಾವನೆ. ದ ಫೀಲಿಂಗ್ ದಟ್ ಈಶ್ವರ ಈಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಮೀ ಆರ್ ನಾಟ್ ಇನ್ ಮೀ ಆರ್ ಐ ಡೋಂಟ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಎನಿ ರಿಲೇಷನ್ಶಿಪ್ ವಿತ್ ದಿ ಸೋರ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸ್, ದಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಪತಿ. Pasham is your binding towards all other things other than God. Pasham. What remains is your union with Paramatma. Therefore, this is called the Jnana Mudra. This is the Jnana Mudra, Chin Mudra. It's also called as Chit Mudra or Chin Mudra. So, Bhagavan Ramana Maharshi is saying that the Upadesha given by the Guru to you, Sadguru, Sadbodha Sukha, he is giving you a beautiful, he is an embodiment of knowledge, he is giving you the knowledge. How he is giving without saying anything, like Dakshinamurti. Many times disciples will experience this. What they will experience? They would not have actually understood many things which the Guru would have said, but they feel that they are having a better life already. ಏನು ಔಷಧಿನೂ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ, ಏನೂ ಇಲ್ಲ, ನನಗೇನು ಔಷಧಿನೂ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ, ಏನಿಲ್ಲ, ಆದರೆ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಐ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ನಾಟ್ ರಿಸೀವ್ಡ್ ಎನಿ ಮೆಡಿಕೇಷನ್ ಆರ್ ಎನಿಥಿಂಗ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ದ ಗುರು, ಬಟ್ ನೌ ಐ ಆಮ್ ಫೀಲಿಂಗ್ ಗುಡ್ ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ. ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಸೊ ದಿಸ್ ಮೌನ ವ್ಯಾಖ್ಯಾನಂ, ಮೌನ ವ್ಯಾಖ್ಯಾನಂ, ಸೆಪ್ಪಾದು ಸೊನ್ನ. In that song, he says, ಸೆಪ್ಪಾದು ಸೊನ್ನ. Without saying, he has said so many things. Without saying, the Guru has told you so many things. Through that, why don't you go and revel in that knowledge, in that, and start making the Tanmaya Appalam. The Appalam called as Tanmaya. So later on he goes to the next thing. What is that? What is this nature of all of us? ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಪ್ರಕೃತಿಯನ್ನ ಸ್ವಭಾವ ಏನು? ನಮ್ಮದೆಲ್ಲ ಸ್ವಭಾವ ಏನು? ನಾನು 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 ನಾನು. All of us have naturally have got this tendency to say Nan, and this is I and mine, I and mine, I, and this is tendency is there in everywhere. Everybody, all over the world, it is there. But if it is not causing harm to you or anybody else, no problem. If it is not causing harm to anybody else or yourself, no problem. Even that sense is also okay, no problem. But it is causing harm. ನಾನು ಎಂಬ ಭಾವನೆ ತಾನೇ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಕಷ್ಟವನ್ನು ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು. Somebody comes and says, I only did this. Then you have a person who says, no, I did this. And when they will fight to establish that they have done it, when it is something good and something which has acquired some amount of praise from somebody, for that they will say, I did it. Then third person comes and says, actually it is fully defective. This one is fully defective. And then I didn't do it. The moment something is defective, I didn't do it. ನಾನು ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ದಿಸ್ ಬಾಡಿ, our Bhagavan Ramana Maharshi is now giving you the ingredients to make the appalam. What is the first ingredient you require for appalam? We require black gram. We require black gram. In Tamil, what do you say? ಉಳಿಂದು. ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಉದ್ದಿನ ಬೇಳೆ ಬೇಕು. हिंदी में क्या बोलते हैं? उड़द चाहिए. अभी क्या चाहिए? उड़द चाहिए. उड़द चाहिए ना, अपलम बनाने के लिए उड़द चाहिए. तो वो from where to get that one? So he says this body itself is the field. This body itself is the field. You require it to grow. Look at this. Ramana Maharshi is not giving you the prepared appalam. He is asking you to write from beginning out and out, start making the appalam right from the source. So he says the body itself is the field. And this body is made of pancha koshas. The kosha means it is like a covering. Kosha means covering. We have 5 koshas. The 5 koshas is Koshas are Annamaya Kosha. The first Kosha is the Annamaya Kosha. The second Kosha is the Pranamaya Kosha. The third Kosha is the Manomaya Kosha. The fourth one is Vijnanamaya Kosha. And the fifth one is called as the Anandamaya Kosha. So we have 5 koshas. And in these 5 koshas, we start thinking that I am this kosha. Now you understand, this body in the Bhagavad Gita in the 13th chapter in the first shloka, Sri Krishna Paramatma says, Idam shariram kaunteya kshetram ityabhidhiyate. O Arjuna, this body is called as kshetram. This body is called as kshetram. In Hindi we say khet. The khet word has come from the word kshetram. In Marathi we say set. Yes? Field. Khet, set, kshetram. It's all from the word, come from the word kshetram. So this kshetram, that is a place where we sow seeds, no? ಅಲ್ಲಿ ತಾನೇ ಬಿತ್ತನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಬಯಲಲ್ಲಿ ಬೇಸಾಯ ಮಾಡೋದೆಲ್ಲಪ್ಪ, ಬೇಸಾಯ ಮಾಡೋದೆಲ್ಲಿ ಬಯಲಲ್ಲಿ ಹೂವು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ನಾವು. ಭೂಮಿ ಇರಬೇಕೋ ಬೇಡ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ, ಗದ್ದೆ ಬೇಕಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಗದ್ದೆ, ಆ ಗದ್ದೆನಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗಿ ತಾನೇ ನಾವು ಬೇಸಾಯ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ದಟ್ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರಂ ಆರ್ ದ ಫೀಲ್ಡ್, this body is called as the field. The surprising thing is you need not have to go and buy the seeds from agro industries. You need not have to go and buy the seed, that black gram seed. You need not have to go to any supplier, agricultural suppliers, and you need not have to go. The seed is there within you only. The sense of I, nan, endra. Nan. Continuously nan is coming inside, not that Hindi nan. Not that Hindi nan. Tamil nan. Nan yar. Ramana Maharshi says nan yar. Who are you? Find out. So this nan. Continuously, everybody is getting that, no? Nanu. Kannadadalli nanu. Telugu nenu. Me. Hindi me. Keeps on coming in us, no? So that is, if you have that feeling that I am the body, that is the black gram. That is the ududu. That is the ulindu. That is the black gram. Now this black gram you have to take, now this black gram. Now you have to powder this black gram, isn't it? Without powdering. Now you have to first sow that black gram. Then from that you will get that nan. The feeling of nan keep on rising, Now that nan has to be powdered. Idithu udaithu. In what you have to do that? Into what? Nanalla in the thirigayil. Inside the mixie. Which mixie you are going to buy? Reliance. From where are you going to buy the mixie? Mixie is also here only, provided here only. The field is also here. And the seed to be sown is also here, and the harvest is also going to be done here only. You are going to harvest the black gram, and then you are going to have a mixie. That mixie is what is called that? Not I. I am not this body. I am not this body. I am not this body. With that you are going to pound this. What is this? Black gram, you are going to pound it. Ultimately, when you pound it, what it will become? It will become powder. It will become powder now. Still not sufficient. With powder, can you say, appalam powder I can eat? You cannot eat just the black gram powder and call it as appalam. It's got so much processes there now. So the next process, Bhagavan Ramana Maharshi says very nicely. What is that? Now this black gram powder has to be go to the next process. The next process is you have to add something to make it into dough. Dough, D-O-U-G, dough, atta. To make it into atta, you have to add something. There is one beautiful vegetable called as pirandai. There's one beautiful vegetable called as pirandai. And this pirandai, it's called as adamant creeper. In English, translate of Pirandai, you see if you want. Adamant creeper. Adamant means you know, no? One who does not listen to any other's advice is called as adamant. So in English, the translation is adamant creeper, Pirandai. So but this adamance is required here. You have to commit yourself. I am adamant that I am going to make the appalam. I am adamant that I am going to make the appalam. So this, taking this one, you squeeze it now and take out the rasam from that. Add it to this powder of this black gram. That is also not sufficient. You have to have now jeera, and one more element is necessary, that is melag, pepper. We require jeera and pepper. अच्छा लग रहा है ना पापड़ बनाना? अच्छा लग रहा है पापड़ बनाना? So now you are going to add some jeera powder and pepper. What is this jeera powder and pepper in the case of this appalam, Tanmaya appalam? The jeera is called as shama and the pepper is called as dama. Shama dama. This shama dama are the two elements which are going to be added. What is shama and dama? If you take any Vedanta text authored by Bhagavad Padadi Shankaracharya or any other great saint, you will find that for anybody who wants Brahma Jnanam, I'm sure nobody is going to raise, who wants Brahma Jnanam? No? You want appalam, I'm sure. Anybody who wants Brahma Jnanam, there is an eligibility for that one. You know, when you apply for a job, requirements, job requirements, should have passed this and 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 passed this. Continues, so many things you should have. So what is the eligibility for Brahma Jnanam? That is called as sadhana chatushtayam. That is called as sadhana chatushtayam. 4 eligibilities are required for Brahma Jnana. If you want the knowledge of Paramatma, really if you want the knowledge of Paramatma, you require 4 qualifications. Sadhana chatushtayam. Nimagenaದರೂ Paramatma darshana ಆಗಬೇಕು ಅಂತಿದ್ರೆ, ನಿಮಗೆ ಆತ್ಮಜ್ಞಾನ ಬೇಕು ಅಂತಿದ್ರೆ, ಬ್ರಹ್ಮಜ್ಞಾನ ಬೇಕು ಅಂತಿದ್ರೆ, ನಿಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ 4 ಯೋಗ್ಯತೆಗಳು ಬೇಕು. ಸಾಧನ ಚತುಷ್ಟಯಂ. What are the sadhana chatushtayam? Viveka, Vairagya, Shatsampatti, Mumuksha. Viveka, Vairagya, Shatsampatti and Mumuksha. What is Viveka? I have got a friend by name Vivek, you know. I have a friend by name Vairagya. Friend is very, very rare. You won't get Vairagya friend at all. Bhagavan Shankaracharya had 2 friends. One is Jnanam and one is Mrityu. Bhagavad Pada Shankaracharya had 2 friends. One is Jnanam, who keeps on reminding that you will never die, you are immortal. And Mrityu is a friend who says you will die. So Vivek is not my friend. Viveka is discriminative. Not Viveka is the understanding of Nitya and Anitya Vastu. Nitya and Anitya Vastu. What is Nityam? What is permanent? Anityam is that which is not permanent. For example, what is permanent in your mind? Diamonds are forever. Gold is forever. When you think, no? Invest in gold. Oh, no, gold is also. Invest in land. Land is forever. Do you think they are forever? Whatever we think is forever, it's not forever. Nitya, it is Anitya. But what is Nitya? Nityam ekam Brahma. Paramatma alone is Nitya. That is that knowledge of this, that God alone is eternal, nothing else is eternal, that is called as Vivekaha. Then Vairagyam. What is Vairagyam? Raga, you know very well. Raga is attachment, not Melakarta ragas. Not the Kamboji raga, not the Shankarabharana raga, not those ragas. This raga is attachment. So this raga, if it is there, you will have pain. Raga idre, ಖಂಡಿತವಾಗಿಯೂ ನಮಗೆ ನೋವಿದ್ದೇ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ರಾಗವಿಲ್ಲದಿರುವುದು ವಿರಾಗ. viraga. A viragave vairagya. No attachment, but love and affection everywhere we'll have. We'll have love and affection. Difference between prema and moha is here only we understand. Prema, you can have love towards everybody, but not moha towards anybody. So vairagyam. Viveka vairagya. Then comes Shat Sampatti. Shat Sampatti. Shat means what? Today is Shashti. Today is Shashti Tithi. Shat means 6. Shat Mukha becomes Shanmukha. Shat Mukha becomes Shanmukha. Aru Mukha iroru yaru? Subramanya Swami. So Shanmukha. So Shat Sampatti means 6 qualifications. What are the 6? Shama, Dama, Uparati, Titiksha, Shraddha, Samadhanam. Shama, Dama, Uparati, Titiksha, Shraddha, Samadhanam. So Bhagavan Ramana Maharshi is saying Shama, Dama. What are those Shama, Dama? That cumin seeds, Jeerge, Mattu, Menasu, Kala Menasu. Jeera and Kali Mirch is ready now, no? What all we have now? We have black gram powder we have. And we have already powdered it ready. We have now jeera powder and pepper powder we have got. Appalam is ready? Not yet. So we require the next one. We require little salt, that's called as uparati. Uparati. Up chahiye. Uparati is what? Slightly detaching yourself from too much of involvement. Uparatihi. Upa means slightly by the side, not here but by the side. Uparatihi means slightly moving away from too much amount of vyavahar. Uparatihi. So he wants now, you have got salt also. Now you have got shama, and what is shama? Self-control. Shama is self-control. Self-control means, you remember, 2 types of self-controls are there. One is the control of the mind, and the other is the control of the senses also. Indriya nigraha and then mano nigraha. Manassannu ಕಟ್ಟುಪಾಡಲಿಟ್ಟುಕೊಳ್ಳುವುದು ಮತ್ತು ಇಂದ್ರಿಯಗಳನ್ನು ಕಟ್ಟುಪಾಡಲಿಟ್ಟುಕೊಂಡಿರುವುದು. You understand the difference now? Keeping the senses under control and the mind also under control. So this first one, Shama is keeping the mind under control. Dama is keeping the senses under control. So this is jeera and pepper. Now you got salt called as uparati. You got salt called as uparati. A little fragrance is also required for the papad, no? The appalam has to be a little fragrant also. So you know you bring hing. Perinkayam. He says perinkayam. You have to bring some hing, asphodida. You know, asphodida. You bring and put. Now you got 4 ingredients. We have black gram, we have cumin seeds, we have pepper, and we have got asphodida, what do you call it? The hing. Once you bring the hing, now you got nice. We got 5th element is also over. Perinde is also over. We added the rasam. So 5 elements are over. Now you have got the dough ready. Now dough is ready. Now this has to be now nicely pounded. This has to be pounded nicely. With what are you going to pound it now? And where is the pounding base? And where is the, what do you call that? Pestle to pound that one. Pound. So he says in your heart. Kal nenj. Kal nenj. Kal nenj means what? Stone heart. In your stone heart, and the pestle of the Olakkai is nanalla. I am not that. That sense of that, you take it and start pounding continuously. Once you pound it, you come to a certain state now. You come to a certain state. Now that duff has come to a certain state now, ready to go to the next activity. What is the next activity now? Now you require to lattani karna lattan. Now to do lattan, no? ಪೆರಟನಮ್ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಪೆರಟನಮ್. ಯಾವ ಟು ಡೂ ದ ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಅದನ್ನು? ಲಟ್ಟಿಸ್ಬೇಕಲ್ಲ, ಇವಾಗ ಲಟ್ಟಿಸ್ಬೇಕು. ಇವ್ರ ಕೈಯಲ್ಲಿ ಲಟ್ಟನಿ. ವಾಟ್ ಇಸ್ ದಟ್ ನೌ? That latani is called as Shanti, with calmness. With Shanti, Shantam. Shantam is what? Now you have to keep your mind calm and cool. Don't be agitated. Agitation is very, very normal for all of us, no? We all get agitated. We get agitated over very, very insignificant things. Also we get agitated, and then it starts with small meme tutu. It starts with tutu meme. Slowly it becomes so big that the entire house is going to fall down now. So Shantam. Now with this Shanti, you have the Lattan. But what you require now is a base on which you can now do it. That is called as Samadhanam. Samam. Samama irikra and அதுக்கு என்ன சொல்கிறது? பலகை. சமமாக இருக்கிற பலகையில் இப்போ அது you have to do these, you have to flatten it on this tendency called as samam. Right? If I get benefit also, I am not, if I get a benefit, I am not completely driven away by that benefit. I become very elated. And if I have got a loss, I become very depressed. Neither elation nor depression. Neither elation nor depression. Now I am going to be in a calm state. Shanti and Samata. With this now I am ready. Now I made it completely. Now the appalam is now ready. It's now ready to be now fried. Now you require one vessel for that. Kadai chahiye bhaiya. Kadai chahiye. So what is that kadai? You require a pattiram. That patram is maunam. Mauna Upadesham is the patram. Nowadays, when Corona came, inevitably we had to tie our mouths. How difficult it must have been for so many people, no? How difficult it must have been. You have to tie your mouth with the, what is that called, mask. And tie the mask and then you have to do your work. You can't talk also. What all you are saying, I don't know. So now you have to shut your mouth for some time. Maunam. In that maunam is the kadai. And in that then we have got a wonderful, we are not going to make the appalams out of oil. This is a very, very special appalam. Tanmaya appalam. I told you it's not available in any part of any of the Bharat. Anywhere it's not available. And it's not stacked like this with, stacked and you go and buy it. And no, it's not available. It is Tanmaya appalam, so it's very, very special. You have the now vessel you got ready. Now you got to make it in ghee. And that ghee is what? Parabrahmam is the ghee. Brahma Swarupam is the ghee. Now you have got that ghee, and then now you are going to put the flattened flour into the ghee. And then continuously you are going to now fry it. And then eat it by saying, what are you going to say? I am that Swarupa alone. I am not the body. I am not the body. I am not the mind. I am not the senses. I am not XYZ. I am that alone, that alone, that alone. You see how the oil will come, how the ghee is going to now boil and come like this. Continuously you have to repeat. Continuously by repeating that I am not that, I am not these limitations, I am the unlimited, I am the unlimited, I am. By this continuously you make the appalam, and then you beautifully enjoy that Tanmaya appalam. This is the essence of the appalam part by Bhagavan Ramana Maharshi. Now there is something which you should, little more things we have to understand here. Such beautiful concept has been brought in this one. All of you know that Bhagavan Krishna likes one eatable very much. Which is that? Butter. Why Krishna likes butter very much? And what is the name of the butter in Sanskrit? Navanitam is the name of the butter. Butter is called as Navanitam. The word Nava means new, Neetam means produced, newly produced. So Krishna doesn't like anything stale, not refrigerated items. He doesn't take refrigerated items. He only takes Navaneetam. Bhagavan Krishna in the Bhagavad Gita, in the Triguna, the chapter on the Trigunas, he says 3 types of food is also there. In that he clearly explains Yata Yamam Gatarasam Puti Paryushitam Chayat Uchishtam Api Chamedyam Bhojanam Tamasa Priyam. I will not explain further because you will take it personally and then tomorrow you are not going to talk to me at all. If I explain to you further, you are definitely not going to talk. I want you to talk to me, therefore I am not going to explain that further. You can read the meaning yourself. Yata Yamam means where 3 hours have passed after preparation of the food. After that you should not take. If you take it, it is Tamasa Aharam. I didn't mean it personally, okay? Yata Yamam Gatarasam Malai. He likes that only. This is a clear indication that Paramatma wants nothing stale from us. Paramatma wants from us, if Krishna likes something, that is a clear indication that Krishna's liking is what we are supposed to offer to Krishna. That is what we should offer. Krishna likes Navaneetam. Benne Krishna, Benne Kalla. Houda Krishna ಹೆಸರಿರ್ತಾನೆ ಬೆಣ್ಣೆ ಕಳ್ಳ. ಅದು ಹೆಂಗೆ ಪ್ರಿಪೇರ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ನೋಡಿ, ಹೆಂಗೆ ಒಂದು ಬೆಣ್ಣೆ ತೆಗೆಸ್ಬೇಕು. ಇಫ್ ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಗೆಟ್ butter, you see the process now, how beautiful it is. Very, very beautiful. The source for butter is what? Original source is what? Milk. Original source is what? Milk. And the milk, the nature of the milk, what is the nature of the milk? Whether it is cow's milk, goat's milk, any milk, even mother's milk also. Milk is a liquid which can be diluted by adding water. Can you dilute it or not? You can dilute milk. And the milk will retain its milkhood. It will become dilute milk, but it will not become something other than milk. You add water, it will become dilute. ಹಾಲು ಜೊತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನೀರನ್ನು ಬೆರೆಸಿದ್ರೆ ಹಾಲು ನೀರು ಬೆರೆತು ಹೋಗುತ್ತವೆ. ಹಾಲು ನೀರು ಬೆರೆತು ಹೋಗ್ತವೆ, ಒಂದೇ ಇದ್ದ ಕಾಣಿಸ್ತವೆ. ನೀರು ಹಾಲಿಗೆ ತೂಕವನ್ನು ಕೊಡುತ್ತೆ, ಹಾಲು ನೀರಿಗೆ ಬಣ್ಣವನ್ನು ಕೊಡುತ್ತೆ. ಹಾಲು ನೀರಿಗೆ ಏನು ಕೊಡುತ್ತೆ? ಬಣ್ಣವನ್ನು ಕೊಡುತ್ತೆ. ನೀರು ಹಾಲಿಗೆ ಏನು ಕೊಡುತ್ತೆ? ತೂಕವನ್ನು ಕೊಡುತ್ತೆ. ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಗೊತ್ತು ನಿಮಗೆ? ಸೊ ಹಾಲು is milk. Now you see, without any processing of the milk, directly while taking the milk, it will get mixed with water. So you understand that your Jiva Bhava or Atma, if it is not processed, it will get caught or get mixed with the samsara. Milk, fresh milk is like your individual Atma, not the Brahma, not Brahma Swarupa Atma. Individual, which I am saying I anta helta idella. This sense of I and everything, this milk, easily it gets mixed with water. Yes or no? Gets mixed with water. Now let us say the next process will start. We will boil the milk now. Once you boil the milk, you know the milk's nature is changing. Does it change or not? Now, that boiling of the milk is called as the chanting of the mantra which the Guru has given you. The Guru has given you a mantra, Guru mantra. When you start chanting the mantra, you are boiling the milk now. When you start chanting the mantra correctly, I think you understand the word correctly, no? Regularly, you understand the word regularly? Difficult, no? The word is difficult. Regularity, consistency, difficult words. I don't know why people brought these words into the dictionary, So, okay, no problem. So, we have this now. You boil the milk, boiling the milk, that is, you are going to prepare your Atma, you are going to purify it by chanting the Guru Mantra. Now, as you go on boiling, it will come to the boiling point. Moment it comes to the boiling point, you find elation. When you have done good japa, you find that lot of joy is coming. That is the pongal, pal pongudu. Milk will slowly rise, That is called as pongal. Even pongal is done like that only. It has to come out of the vessel. So now the milk is rising slowly because of heating. That is you are enjoying. But now what you do, take some water. Put it immediately. We don't want any progress. We want digression. Immediately put it, and then we want to use it for most important things are available. We have to use COFFE, TEA. They're all waiting, You have to use for that. So you bring it down. Now it is ready. Let us say you cool down the milk. It is boiled milk, cooled now. Now you add water to it. Will water mix or not? It will mix. That's not sufficient. Even if you do japa also, still you will get caught. You will get caught in the samsara. Water is samsara. Water is samsara. Milk is your atma, jivatma. And boiling is chanting. So even after chanting also, you will get caught in the samsara. What shall we do now? Now you should bring Tivra sadhana. What is the Tivra sadhana? HEPPU. हेप अंदर है ना, हिंदी में क्या बोलते हैं? थोड़ा सा दही कहीं से लाना है ना, क्या? जब मसरू हाल वंदे ना, our milk and dahi, curds the same thing? Totally different, no? They are totally different, but it's from the same source only. Now you bring some amount of, Tamil solva, varagutarad, you put it inside that. Bring some curds and put it. Boiled milk, one process is over. The second process you are going to do, that is called a Tivra sadhana. Not just, Somvara japa madide nanu, Mangalvara japa madide, Bhanvara, rest tagolo disatannappa. Sunday koi jap karta hai kya? Sunday to weekly holiday hai bhai. कोई पूजा करता है क्या उस दिन? सूर्य को पहले जगा देना चाहिए, बाद में हम जगेंगे. First you wake up Surya Bhagwan, then we will wake up, no problem. Not that way, that is not Tivra sadhana. Tivra sadhana means absolutely Sarvabhauma Vratam. Wherever you are going to follow that meticulously, you are going to do the japa meticulously. That is Heppu. That is Varagutarad. Chach, thoda dal, chach dalte usko. That is also not sufficient. It will take it, but it will not. So you have to allow it for some time. For some time, 12 hours you have to allow it, or maybe in the morning if you put it, 3 hours are sufficient. In the summer season, very quickly it will curdle. So now you put that one and you have to wait for some time. That means you have to do Tivra sadhana for some time, then the milk will turn into curds. Oh, now I have become successful. Now you add water and see. Again it will... Even now it will get caught in the sansara. Because if you add water, it will mix with the water. So still samsara has not left you, you have not left the samsara. Is the samsara holding us or we are holding the samsara? I think samsara is... Yen Madhav Swami, Grihastha andre sumnena. Kutumba jivana, nimigu kutumba illa, nimagantu kutumba illa, nimigenu tondrene illa nimige. Neeven bekare madbodu, navu madakagatta? आपको तो कोई परिवार नहीं, आप तो कुछ भी कर सकते हैं, आप कुछ भी बोल लेते हैं, हम कर सकते हैं क्या? इतना झंझट आप जानते हैं क्या? घर गृहस्थी में झंझट जानते हैं आप? सुबह उठ करके वो बनाना है, उनको मैंने इसमें स्कूल भेजना है, इनको बनाना है, झंझट बहुत है. So संसारದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಿಕ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. What happens then? Even after curdling also, water if you add, it will get mixed with the water. You have to go to the next process. What is the next process? Churning now. You have to go to churn now. This churning is what? Atitivra sadhana you have to do now. Atitivra sadhana. You have to go to the next step of sadhana. You have to give up something. You have to give up your what? I sense was there in that Jivatma. I am milk, I am milk, I am milk, I am milk. Now I can't say I am milk. I am curds, I am curds, I am curds. Now you are no more milk. Now you are what? I am curds. I am dasa. I was the Swami earlier. Now I am the dasa. I am the dasa bhava. You have to start giving up your sense of ego. You have to give up. Now curdling starts. Once the curdling is done, you keep on adding water, samsara. ಏನು ಹಾಕಿದ್ರು ಕೂಡ ಇನ್ನೇನಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಮೆಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಯಾರೋ ಮೇಲೆ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ ಇವಾಗ. Somebody is going to now rise from that one. Beautifully somebody is going to rise. Who is that? The essence of the milk and the curds is going to come up. That is Navanitam. That is Navanitam, newly, freshly produced. And you take that and put it in water. Will the water mix with that now? So that is why Krishna likes Navanitam very much. Now the Jiva Bhava has gone, it has become Brahma Bhava. So by the grace of Devi Jnanakshi Rajarajeshwari, by the grace of all masters and by the grace of Bhagavan Ramana Maharshi, through the Appala Patil, let us all become Navanitam and be very dear to Paramatma. Hari Om Tat Sat.
Pujya Swamiji served on a platter appalam for all of us to relish. We all got it in the way and in the language that we most understand. In at least 4 languages, being the polyglot that he is, he translated for the benefit of each and every one of us. In fact, this was a precursor to the next program because we have the recitation of the appalam song in at least 4 languages following this Bhashan of Swamiji. Also, Mother Rangammal has recalled that Bhagavan as a child was fond of appalams. So, if we are all fond of appalams, it is no sin. But as long as we follow the appalam method given by Swamiji now. Swamiji's Bhashan, like the one last time where he spoke extensively on the Nirakshira Viveka, will linger on till he addresses us next. I call upon our President Dr. Sarada Natarajan to kindly offer our namaskarams and pranams to Swamiji.
Vande Guru Paramparam. Prostrations to the Guru Parampara. Prostrations to Swamiji, who has graciously come here today. I have been calling him almost every year, but I call him at a date when I know last 2-3 years I did not even make the attempt because our national seminar happens usually on the 25th, 26th of January. And Swamiji is committed permanently on those dates. Then he will graciously tell me, some other time, Amma. And so this time I was very happy that the dates are different earlier. And Swamiji was gracious enough to come here. And the reason why I asked him, of course, to speak about the Appalam song, today, the whole day, we have dedicated to Ramanaanjali Sangeetam and different aspects of the Ramanaanjali music, which is music compositions of Bhagavan Ramana and compositions on Bhagavan Ramana. They have all been set to music and we have a reporter, a special reporter here. That's why we will be singing the Appalam song in 4 languages also. So that reporter has about 2,000 songs put together by one Srimati Sulochana Natarajan, whom I have been blessed to have as my own mother also. And this, Jai Shri Ram just said, this song was, Mother Aragamma referred to Bhagavan's liking for appalams. Actually, the song was made by Bhagavan Ramana, composed for his mother Aragamma. I will take 2 minutes to narrate that story. Mother Aragamma, after Bhagavan left home, by that time already Bhagavan's father had passed away, he was 12 years old. So she was there, and he left home without telling where he is going. With great difficulty she traced him out and came to Tiruvannamalai and saw that he was totally, in a way, uncared for, fully covered with dust and grime and just not bothering about his body. His hair is matted, his nails are long curled. He is getting food, somebody is giving it to him. She pleaded with him to come to her place, come back. In many ways she pleaded, saying, I will take care of you, I won't disturb your tapas. Because Bhagavan remained silent, unmoved, and he gave her a written upadesha saying, it is God's will. Everything happens according to God's will and nothing can be changed. So best is to remain silent. She went back, but there is a beautiful, if one goes into mother's story, one finds all her other supports, the divine took away, and finally she came to this renunciate son of hers. She took refuge in his ashram with him, at that point understanding that he is going to bring her salvation. Though she came with that understanding, still the mother in her wanted to make appalams for him because he was fond of it. And she knew that if she tells him, he is not going to accept. So she secretly gathered all the ingredients which have been listed for us in this song. And she started making the appalams also herself. She started making. But the thing was that having taken all this trouble, she did not want to prepare 5 or 10 appalams. She had brought material for a lot of appalams, and single-handed she could not make the appalams. And she knew that her son was an expert. He had helped her. So she called him. Please come and help me to make these appalams. So Ramana himself has narrated this story. He says, it struck me that if I acceded to this request of hers, there is going to be no end to her establishing her personal relationship with me, and this will not really be for her highest good either, because he was going to tutor her in many difficult ways also to finally get what is to eat the Tanmayam appalam. So he told her, you make your appalams, I am making a different appalam, I am busy. I am making a different appalam. And he says, mother was used to singing Vedantic songs. There is a great poetess called Avudi Akka, great Jnani lady who used to write these Vedantic, who has written outpouring of these Vedantic songs, all based on homely examples. So since mother understood this, I thought it is good for me to write a song similar to that. And he told her, by the time your appalams are ready, mine will also be ready. And he gave her first this appalam song, and through her all of us have got that song. But today Swamiji has brought that song into all our hearts and homes, and we may be in a position, as Swamiji said, to put it into practice and help us to enjoy that Tanmaya appalam. And Swamiji took another example of the Navanitam, because that is also a food item, and beautifully gave us the Kaivalya Navanitam. My prostrations to Swamiji, and once again on behalf of all the devotees and Ramana Maharshi Center for Learning, I offer my Vandana to him for being here today and for representing or being the very, what can I say, the embodiment of the Divine Mother. I was just referring to Mother Aragamma, and he is the embodiment of Rajarajeshwari herself, the Divine Mother, and so with great kindness and compassion has given this to us in the simplest manner. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramana.
Our thanks to Swamiji for blessing all of us through our President Dr. Sarada Natarajan. Hello, hello, check. Hello.
Om Namo Bhagavate Shri Ramanaya.
Om.
Om Namo Bhagavate Shri Ramanaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Shri Ramanaya.
Om Namo Bhagavate Shri Ramanaya.
Prostrations to Bhagavan Ramana, shining as the self in all beings, and prostrations to Swami Ramana Swarupananda, who is graciously here with us this evening. In this part of the program, after hearing Sri Jayendrapuri Mahaswami speaking to us about Bhagavan's Appala Paatu, as part of today's journey in Ramanaanjali Sangeetam. Earlier to that, in the morning, we went through the Sangeetam of Swaravali, then Geetam, Swarajati, Varnam, then went to Kirtanam with Anma Vidya Kirtanam, and as part of the Tukuda Paddhati. The Tukudas are the latter half of the Carnatic music repertoire or concert. We presented the special concept of the Appalam song, and now we will be singing that Appalam song in its original Tamil, and the translations in Kannada by Dr. N.S. Lakshmi Bhatta, in Telugu by Y.V. Venkateshwar Rao, and in Hindi by Saraswati Kumar Deepak. The music for the Tamil and the Telugu has been composed by Srimati Sulochana Natarajan, for the Kannada by Sri H.K. Narayana and C. Ashwath, and for Hindi by Sri P.S. Dikshit.
Appalameet Pare
முடித்து நானாரண்யான விசாரத்திரிகையில்
நானல்லவென்றே உடைத்து பொடித்து அப்பளமே ஆசையின் தீரே அப்பளமேட்டு பாரு அத்தை சாப்பிட்டு ஆசையின் தீரே அப்பளமேட்டு பாரு அத்தை சாப்பிட்டு ஆசையின் தீரே. சத்சங்கமாகும் பிரண்டை ரசத்தோடு சமதமமாகின்ற ஜீரகமிளகுடன் உபரதியாவும் அவ்வுப்போடு உள்ள நல்வாசனையா பெருங்காயமும் சேர்த்து
சத்சங்கமாக பிரண்டை ரசத்தோடு
சமதமமாகின்ற ஜீரகமிளகுடன் உபரதியாவும் அவ்வுப்போடு உள்ள நல்வாசனையா பெருங்காயமும் சேர்த்து அப்பளமேட்டு பாரு அத்தை சாப்பிட்டும் ஆசையே தீரே அப்பளமேட்டு பாரு அத்தை சாப்பிட்டும் ஆசையே தீரே அப்பளமேட்டு பாரு அத்தை சாப்பிட்டும் ஆசையே தீரே. கல் நெஞ்சில் நான் என்று கலங்காமல் உன்முக உலக்கையால் ஓயாதிடித்து சாந்தமாம் குழலியா சமமான பலகையில் சந்ததம் செழிப்பர சந்தோஷமாகவே கல் நெஞ்சில் நான் என்று கலங்காமல் உன்முக உலக்கையால் ஓயாதிடித்து சாந்தமாம் குழலியா சமமான பலகையில் சந்ததம் செழிப்பர சந்தோஷமாகவே அப்பளமேட்டு பாரு அத்தை சாப்பிட்டும் ஆசையே தீரே அப்பளமேட்டு பாரு அத்தை சாப்பிட்டும் ஆசையே தீரே அப்பளமேட்டு பாரு அத்தை சாப்பிட்டும் ஆசையே தீரே. மௌன முத்ரையாகும் முடிவில்லா பாத்திரத்தில் ஞானாகியார் காயும் நற்பிரம்மனையதில் ஞானருவாகவே நாளும் பொறித்து
தானே தானாக புஜிக்க தன்மய அப்பளமிட்டு பாரு now present the Telugu version.
అప్పడం మొత్తి చూడు అది తినినప్పుడే నీ ఆశ వీడు. అప్పడం మొత్తి చూడు అది తినినప్పుడే నీ ఆశ వీడు. అప్పడం మొత్తి ఈ భూమిలోన ఏ మరి తిరుగ
जगत में पापड़ों के गीत गाने का नियम अपनाइए,
पापड़ों के गीत गाने का नियम अपनाइए।
हो सदा संतुष्ट धीर धर के ही खाना चाहिए,
हो सदा संतुष्ट धीर के ही गाना चाहिए।
पापड़ों के गीत गाने का नियम अपनाइए,
पापड़ों के गीत गाने का नियम अपनाइए।
क्या जगत में नित निरंतर ही भटकने से मिला,
क्या जगत में नित निरंतर से भटकने से मिला।
मौन की अनमोल वाणी,
अनमोल वाणी से सुमन मन का गिरा।
पापड़ों के गीत गाने का नियम अपनाइए,
पापड़ों के गीत गाने का नियम अपनाइए।
हो सदा संतुष्ट धीर धर के ही खाना चाहिए,
हो सदा संतुष्ट धीरज के ही गाना चाहिए।
पापड़ों के गीत गाने का नियम अपनाइए,
पापड़ों के गीत गाने का नियम अपनाइए।
अहम के काले चने को उठाकर अपनाइए,
अहम के काले चने को उठाकर अपनाइए।
अहम के काले चने को उठाकर अपनाइए,
अहम के काले चने को उठाकर अपनाइए।
खेती पके नाज को है पटकना फिर पिसना, पके नाज को है पटकना फिर पसना। कौन हूँ मैं ये समझ कर ज्ञान चखले फूल, कौन हूँ मैं ये समझ कर ज्ञान चखले फूल। अहम के काले चने को उठाकर अपनाइए,
अहम के काले चने को उठाकर अपनाइए।
पापड़ों के गीत गाने का नियम अपनाइए,
पापड़ों के गीत गाने का नियम अपनाइए।
पापड़ों के
गीत गाने का नियम अपनाइए।
अहम के काले चने को उठाकर अपनाइए,
अहम के काले चने को उठाकर अपनाइए।
ज्ञान की खेती अनुपम अनुभवों का चूर्ण है,
ज्ञान की खेती अनुपम अनुभवों का चूर्ण है।
परिश्रमों की साधना आराधना संपूर्ण है।
परिश्रमों की साधना आराधना संपूर्ण है।
जी, अहम के
काले चने को उठाकर
ಹಪ್ಪಳ ಮಾಡುವುದಾ
ತಿಳಿ ಹಪ್ಪಳ ಮಾಡುವುದಾ ಸುಖಿಸೋ ಸವಿದು ಅದರ ಹದ ಸುಖಿಸೋ ಸವಿದು ಅದರ ಹದ ಸುಖಿಸೋ ಸವಿದು ಅದರ ಹದ ತಿಳಿ ಹಪ್ಪಳ ಮಾಡುವುದಾ ತಿಳಿ ಹಪ್ಪಳ ಮಾಡುವುದಾ ಸುಖಿಸೋ ಸವಿದು ಅದರ ಹದ ಸುಖಿಸೋ ಸವಿದು ಅದರ ಹದ ಸುಖಿಸೋ ಸವಿದು ಅದರ ಹದ ತನುವಿನ ನೆಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಬೆಳೆದ ಅಹಂಬಿನ ಉರುಳಿಯ ಕಾಳನು ಸುರಿಯೋ ಉರುಳಿಯ ಕಾಳನು ಸುರಿಯೋ ನಾನಾರೆನ್ನುವ ಆತ್ಮವಿಚಾರದ ಬೀಸುವ ಕಲ್ಲೊಳು ನುರಿಯೋ ಬೀಸುವ ಕಲ್ಲೊಳು ನುರಿಯೋ ತನುವಿನ ನೆಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಬೆಳೆದ ಅಹಂಬಿನ ಉರುಳಿಯ ಕಾಳನು ಸುರಿಯೋ ನಾನಾರೆನ್ನುವ ಆತ್ಮವಿಚಾರದ ಬೀಸುವ ಕಲ್ಲೊಳು ನುರಿಯೋ ಸಜ್ಜನ ಸಂಗದ ನಿಂದೆಯ ರಸವು ನಿಗ್ರಹ ಜೀರಿಗೆ ಮೆಣಸು ನಿಗ್ರಹ ಜೀರಿಗೆ ಮೆಣಸು ನಿಸ್ಸಂಗದ ಲವಣದ ಜೊತೆ ಜ್ಞಾನದ ಇಂಗಿನ ಪರಿಮಳ ಬೆರೆಸು ಇಂಗಿನ ಪರಿಮಳ ಬೆರೆಸು ತಿಳಿ ಹಪ್ಪಳ ಮಾಡುವುದಾ ತಿಳಿ ಹಪ್ಪಳ ಮಾಡುವುದಾ ಸುಖಿಸೋ ಸವಿದು ಅದರ ಹದ ಸುಖಿಸೋ ಸವಿದು ಅದರ ಹದ ಸುಖಿಸೋ ಸವಿದು ಅದರ ಹದ ಸೇರಿಸಿ ನಾಡಿದ ಹಿಟ್ಟನು ಇಡುನಿ ಹೃದಯದ ಒರಳಿನ ತಳದಿ ಹೃದಯದ ಒರಳಿನ ತಳದಿ ಮನಸ್ಸಿನ ಹಾರೆಯ ಎತ್ತಿ ಕುಟ್ಟುನಿ ಆತ್ಮವಿಚಾರದ ಬಲದಿ ಆತ್ಮವಿಚಾರದ ಬಲದಿ ಸೇರಿಸಿ ನಾಡಿದ ಹಿಟ್ಟನು ಇಡುನಿ ಹೃದಯದ ಒರಳಿನ ತಳದಿ ಮನಸ್ಸಿನ ಹಾರೆಯ ಎತ್ತಿ ಕುಟ್ಟುನಿ ಆತ್ಮವಿಚಾರದ ಬಲದಿ ಜೀವನವೆನ್ನುವ ಒತ್ತೋ ಮಳೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅದರ ಆಕೃತಿಯ ಬೆಳೆಸು ಅದರ ಆಕೃತಿಯ ಬೆಳೆಸು ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ಚಿಂತನೆಯ ತುಪ್ಪವು ತುಂಬಿದ ಮೌನದ ಬಾಣಲಿಗಿರಿಸು ಮೌನದ ಬಾಣಲಿಗಿರಿಸು ತಿಳಿ ಹಪ್ಪಳ ಮಾಡುವುದಾ ತಿಳಿ ಹಪ್ಪಳ ಮಾಡುವುದಾ ಸುಖಿಸೋ ಸವಿದು ಅದರ ಹದ ಸುಖಿಸೋ ಸವಿದು ಅದರ ಹದ ಸುಖಿಸೋ ಸವಿದು ಅದರ ಹದ ಜ್ಞಾನದ ಉರಿಯನು ಎಬ್ಬಿಸಿ ಕರೆಯೋ ಜ್ಞಾನದ ಉರಿಯನು ಎಬ್ಬಿಸಿ ಕರೆಯೋ ಬರಲಿದೆ ಹಪ್ಪಳವೇ ಬರಲಿದೆ ಹಪ್ಪಳವೇ ಸವಿದು ಚಪ್ಪರಿಸಿ ನೋಡೋ ಅಡಗಿದೆ ಸವಿದು ಚಪ್ಪರಿಸಿ ನೋಡೋ ಅಡಗಿದೆ ಮಾಯೆಯ ಸಪ್ಪಳವೇ ಮಾಯೆಯ ಸಪ್ಪಳವೇ ತಿಳಿ ಹಪ್ಪಳ ಮಾಡುವುದಾ ತಿಳಿ ಹಪ್ಪಳ ಮಾಡುವುದಾ ಸುಖಿಸೋ ಸವಿದು ಅದರ ಹದ ಸುಖಿಸೋ ಸವಿದು ಅದರ ಹದ ಸುಖಿಸೋ ಸವಿದು ಅದರ ಹದ ಸುಖಿಸೋ ಸವಿದು ಅದರ ಹದ ಸುಖಿಸೋ ಸವಿದು ಅದರ ಹದ
ಜ್ಞಾನದ ಹುರಿಯನ್ನು ಎಬ್ಬಿಸಿ ಕರೆತಂದಿದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ ಅನಂತ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು ಫಾರ್ ದಿಸ್ ಟ್ರೂಪ್ ಆಫ್ ರಮಣ ಮಹರ್ಷಿ ಸೆಂಟರ್ ಫಾರ್ ಲರ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ರಾಧಾ. Will we set the stage for the valedictory address by Swami Ramana Swarupananda. I'll run through a brief profile of Sri Swamiji. Swamiji is an ardent devotee of Sri Arunachala Ramana and an earnest seeker following the path of Atma Vichara, and is the Acharya and spiritual head of Sri Arunachala Ramana Atma Vidya Mandir at Tiruvannamalai. Swamiji came under the benign influence of a great tapaswin and a true sannyasin of the Sri Adi Shankara order, Swami Satyananda Saraswati, at a very young age, and then chose to dedicate his life for the pursuit of truth and for the welfare of the world. He studied Hindu scriptures at the feet of learned acharyas in Sandipani Sadhanalaya in Mumbai, which was founded by Gurudev Swami Chinmayananda, and he has served in the mission for 10 years in Sri Lanka and India. Ceding to the inner call of the divine, he moved to Arunachala Kshetra to practice austerities at the feet of Bhagavan Sri Ramana. Initiated by Arunachala Ramana into the secrets of Atma-Jnana or self-knowledge, he is now prompted from within to share his love and understanding of Atma-Vichara and Arunachala Smarana with the seekers of truth. Swamiji has specialized in Sri Ramana Maharshi's path of Atma-Vichara, self-enquiry, or who am I, as it is popularly known, and has been guiding seekers all around the world in this path for more than a decade and half. Swamiji's approach is simple and straightforward. He is fluent in both English and Tamil. His spiritual discourses, meditation sessions, and retreat camps have helped hundreds of seekers all over the world to gain greater clarity and rare spiritual insights. I now call upon the Swamiji to kindly come over and give us the valedictory address with the title Thirumandiram, the glory of Ramana's name.
Hari Om. അറിയാതീതരസീവര ധഗവാരിസ ഗുഗയിൽ അറിവായി രമി പരമാത്തുമൻ അരുണാചലരമണൻ പരിവാൽ ഉളം മുരുകാനല പരനാർந்திട് ഗുഹയാർந்து அறிவாம் விழித்திரவாய் நிசம் அறிவாய் அது வெளியாம் அண்ணாமலையாய் அடியேனை ஆண்ட அன்றே ஆவியுடல் கொண்டாய் எனக்கோர் குறையுண்டோ குறையும் குணமும் நீயல்லால் என்னேனிவற்றை என்னுயிரே எண்ணம் எதுவோ அது செய்வாய் கண்ணே உந்தன் கழலினயிர் காதற் பெருக்கே தருவாயே கண்ணே உந்தன் ತರುವಾಯೇ ಓಂ ಅತಿಮಧುರಛಾಪಹಸ್ತಾಂ ಅಪರಿಮಿತಾಂ ಮೋದಭಾನ ಸೌಭಾಗ್ಯಾಂ ಅರುಣಾಂ ಅತಿಶಯಕರುಣಾಂ ಅಭಿನವಕುಲಸುಂದರೀಂ ವಂದೇ ಓಂ ಐಂ ಹ್ರೀಂ ಶ್ರೀಂ. Sarada Amma invited me for this whatever conference or workshop or the celebration few days back. Actually, we were conducting a Vedanta course in our ashram, 45 days course. That is on Viveka Chudamani, and still the course is going on. But I could not say no to her because I know her very well. A very pure soul, very dedicated to Bhagwan. And if she is conducting a wonderful sort of a program and if she is inviting, I thought I should come. And also to share whatever I know with the Ramana devotees, always a pleasure. For me, in Tamil they say, Karumbu dinna Kuliyan, to talk about Bhagwan and his glory, it's always a joy. So thank you, Amma, for inviting me here. Today, the glory of Ramana's name, Ramana Nama Mahima, that is what is the topic given to me. And she said it is a Tirumandiram. Yes, Om Namo Ramanaya is a Tirumandiram only. I was reminded of the Tirumandiram, actual Tirumular's Tirumandiram. Telivu Guruvin Tirumeni Kandal, Telivu Guruvin Tirunamam Cheppal, Telivu Guruvin Tiruvarthai Kettal, Telivu Guru Guru Sindittal Dane. How beautiful it is. See, Raghunath Swami also said, the real prasada of Guru is clarity. You gain lot of clarity. So when you go round and round and round without understanding anything, the clarity is everything. So I studied scriptures in our ashram, all Upanishads, Gita, everything. But I tell you, only after coming to Bhagwan, I got the real clarity. Because Bhagwan's path is such, it's very direct and touching the heart straight. So, Thelivu Guruvin Tirumeni Kandal. Whenever you look at Bhagwan, it's a wonderful thing. There is so much of joy. His eyes and his face like the fully blossomed lotus. So, Thelivu Guruvin Tirumeni Kandal. When you look at him only, there is so much of joy. Thelivu Guruvin Tirunamam Seppal. When you chant his name and the mind is lifted elsewhere. Thelivu means it gives lot of clarity. Thelivu Guruvin Tirunamam Seppal. And very important, Thelivu Guruvin Tiruvarthai Kettal. See, people come to the ashrams, they listen to the satsang, everything. But they don't actually listen. Even if they listen, they don't take it inside. Something goes in, something goes away. But whatever goes in also, we have to listen and we have to follow the path. Is that not so? So, Guruvin Tiruvarthai Kettal means what? After listening to it, we have to contemplate on it and we have to meditate on it. Then we get the clarity. And Thelivu Guru Guru Sindittal Dani. And if you meditate on the Guru's form in your heart, and that gives you all the clarity. Because Guru is not a form. Guru is self only. Atma, the self only. He is inside only. Therefore, when you meditate on him, the guidance comes from within. The clarity comes from within. See, few days back, I don't know why, one of our devotee has sent me a WhatsApp message, a very interesting WhatsApp message. I want to read out to you. It is very interesting. 30th January 1979. This is a conversation between Sadhu Om Swamiji and Michael James, his devotee, Michael James. And Michael James has written this in Mountain Path, volume 60, number 1. Sadhu Om Swamiji. Once in the presence of Bhagwan, a devotee asked, "What is the benefit of the mantra Namo Ramanaya?" Which means prostration or salutations or surrender unto Sri Ramana. Since Bhagwan did not answer, several devotees started to offer their own views. In the course of the ensuing discussion, one devotee said, please listen carefully, one devotee said, "Namo Ramanaya, Mano Maranaya." So, what is the prayojanam of chanting Ramana's name? What is the use of chanting Namo Ramanaya? One devotee said, Mano Maranaya, which means Namo Ramanaya is for the death of the mind. Hearing this, Bhagavan laughed and expressed his approval. When I heard this, I asked Sadhu, who said this? In response to which he just smiled and said, some devotee, it doesn't matter who, the idea would anyway have been given only by Bhagavan. Later I was told by another devotee who was present at the time that it was Sadhu himself who said this. How beautiful. I don't know why that devotee sent this to me few days back only. So, Namo Ramanaya means what? For what? Mano Maranaya. So, when you chant Namo Ramanaya, like Valmiki, that is Ratnakar, could not chant even Ramanama. So Narada said, okay, doesn't matter. Mara, 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 you say. So Mara, 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 Rama. So Namo Ramanaya, Namo Ramanaya, Namo Ramanaya, what happens? Mano Maranaya. So the mind is destroyed. How beautiful it is. Na? So this is the glory of Bhagavan's name. And his mantra, Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya, he himself has given. Have you heard this before? Nobody, the same Mahatma would not have given his own mantra. One devotee asked him, it seems, and he gave the mantra, Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. So that is a wonderful mantra. See, we may wonder why we have to chant the Nama. See, I go all around the world and teach Bhagavan's Upadesa, that is Atma Vichara. Even devotees who have been in this path for 20, 30 years, they come and tell me, Swamiji, this Atma Vichara is very abstract, And not only abstract, I don't know what he is asking us to do actually. And can you please give us some concrete step-by-step guidance? I tell them, if that could have been done, Bhagavan would have given, na? It is a very, very subtle thing. You have to find your path. So, even devotees of 20, 30 years, they find Atma Vichara to be very difficult. But chanting his name is not difficult. Is that not so? Namo Ramanaya, Namo Ramanaya, Namo Ramanaya is so simple. You know what? Our Gurudev Swami Chinmayanji used to say, electricity is everywhere. But if we do not know how to plug in, it is not useful to us. Is that not so? Sometimes, you go to some houses and you don't find any plug point. You search, where is the plug point? It is hidden somewhere, behind the bed or somewhere. So when you don't find it, even though electricity is available, it is not for you. Similarly, the self is there, Paramatma is there, in fact everywhere, all pervading. Is that not so? But if you do not know how to plug in, then it is not useful to us. So how to plug in? One way is Atma Vicharam. to find out the source of the I thought. Who am I? From where the I thought is arising, and to go within deep. So this is one way, giving attention to the self. But people find it very difficult. And people say, Swamiji, it's very abstract. So this is another way to plug in. Plug in means what? To connect to that divine, the Guru who is within our own heart. So when we chant Namo Ramanaya, Namo Ramanaya, Namo Ramanaya, Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya, we get connected to that Guru Tattvam which is in our own heart. See, Guru comes in the world outside in a name and form to guide us to go within. But actually he is inside as Atma, the self. Once when you turn within, he pulls you from within. In fact, he sucks you. So, how to turn within? So, this Atma Vichara, people find it difficult. So, Bhagavan says Atma Samarpana. How to do this Atma Samarpana? By continuously chanting his name. Namo Ramanaya, Namo Ramanaya, Namo Ramanaya. And Bhagavan is Sakshat Arunachalam only, na? So, Arunachal Kshetram is what? Ninekka Mukti. That is the Sthalam. Smaranat Arunachalam. So, when Bhagavan is Arunachala himself. So, when you chant his name, when you remember him, Namo Ramanaya, Namo Ramanaya, it is an easy way to connect with the divine. See, recently we have been studying this Viveka Chudamani. There Adi Shankara writes, for a seeker, Pramada is death, Mrityuhu. Pramada means forgetting the self. Or forgetting the Lord is death, he says, for a seeker. Why? If you forget, you identify with the not self, with the body mind. When you identify with the body mind, you create a world. And then you get attached to it. And then you suffer. See, this is the process. When you forget yourself, you identify with the not self, means body mind. And then you create a world. Only by identifying the body mind, you create a world. And then the likes and dislikes. And then you get attached. And then you suffer. So how not to forget the self? By chanting his name. By just uttering his name, Namo Ramanaya, we remember. See, this spiritual path is not difficult actually. Giving continuous attention or remembering him continuously without forgetting. See, whenever devotees used to take leave of Bhagavan, they would always request him, it seems, Bhagavan, please don't forget us. Please remember us. Bhagavan used to say, it seems, if you remember me, I will remember you. Meaning what? You have to turn within first and remember the Lord. So when you remember the Lord, when you don't forget, then there is sattva in the heart. Tamas and rajas reduced. When the sattva is more, there is more clarity. When there is more clarity, you don't identify, you don't get attached to the world. And then you always remain in the self. That is how the Nama, by just chanting the Nama, it takes you deep within, inside you. And not only that, what you meditate, that you become. See, when you continuously remember Bhagavan by chanting his name, you know what happens? You also slowly start imbibing his Kalyana Gunas. I would say these three are Bhagavan's Kalyana Guna. There are infinite, so many of them, but primarily these three things are Bhagavan's Kalyana Guna. So when you remember him continuously, without you knowing, you also develop this Guna, Kalyana Guna. What are all those three things? One is Asangata. Bhagavan was not attached to anything in this world. If at all he had this thing for something, it is Arunachala only. Only Arunachala. They say he used to sit outside his small kutir and he used to look at Arunachala. Just look at Arunachala. And he has written how many beautiful hymns. Panchakam, no? So the Panchakam. So he was not at all concerned about anything else. Totally indifferent. Udasina vadasina. Totally indifferent. Bhagavan Sri Ramana Maharshi says, Indanamilla yeridan yevvannam tan tane mandamai sandinai mannumo andavidam patru porul attrar paranda mana mumshanti utruvidum tanagave oindu. How beautiful. Indanamilla yeridan. Eri means the fire. Indanamilla means what? When you take out the fuel, the firewood from the fire, what happens? Thane, it will extinguish by itself. Evvennam tantane sandiyinai mannumo. Andavidam patru porul attrar. When the mind is not attached, when it is withdrawn from the world, the sense objects, from everything, utruvidum tanagave oindu. Shanti utruvidum tanagave oindu. So when you give up attachment to the world, then you not do anything else. Mind will settle down in the heart. See, since we have got a lot of attachment to the world outside, our mind is extrovert always. And then we try to focus within for half an hour or 1 hour. But 23 hours, our mind is extrovert. And just half an hour we try to sit and try to do vichara or whatever. That will not help. And even Bhagavad Gita, Sri Krishna says, Vairagyena cha abhyasena cha kaunteya vairagyena cha grhyate. Abhyasa and vairagya, he says. So vairagya means what? We should not get attached to this world. We should not get caught anywhere. And we should try to focus our attention only on the self. So this is the Kalyana Guna of Bhagavan. When you chant his name continuously, without you knowing, you imbibe the Kalyana Guna of Bhagavan. That is detachment. Asangata. Asangoham, asangoham, asangoham punah punaha Satchidananda rupoham ahameva ahamavyayaha. See? And second Kalyana Guna of Bhagavan is Samata. First is Asangata, second is Samata. See, I have not found anybody with such a beautiful personality, always equanimous, of same vision, Samadarshanam. Anybody goes in front of him, for him everything is Parabrahma, Paramatma only, the same self only. Therefore, for him everybody is one. Somebody asked it him, Bhagavan, when people enter into your room, you don't acknowledge them also. He said, no. When they enter, I actually prostrate to them. Meaning what? Prostrate means what? When they come into the consciousness, they are self only. When you recognize them as a self, then what else you need to do? For Bhagavan, everybody is self. So, Samata. See, with the monkeys, with the squirrels, with the birds, and cow, Lakshmi, with the Pamaran, Pandidan, everybody Bhagavan same. In Ramana Gita, Kavyakanta Ganapati Muni asks Bhagavan, Bhagavane, what is the sign of a true jnani? He says, Samadarshanam. That is the sign of a true jnani. Otherwise, when we function through our mind, only our likes and dislikes play. We like somebody, we don't like somebody. And that we call as love. But it is not love. It is raga and dvesha only. Samsara swapnatulyo hi raga dveshadi sankulaha. Swakale satyavat bhati prabodhe sati asat bhavet. So, samata. If we can have equal vision towards everybody, then we are somewhere near the truth. So, this samata is a very important quality we have to imbibe. When you chant Namo Ramanaya, Namo Ramanaya, Namo Ramanaya, you imbibe this. Because whatever you meditate, that you become. When you continuously remember Bhagavan, without you even knowing it, all the Kalyana Guna of Bhagavan will come into you. And then the third thing is Ekata. Asangata, Samata and Ekata. Ekata means what? The vision of oneness. I tell you, all throughout our scriptures, all Upanishads, they say, Ekameva Adviyam, Advitiyam, Neha Nanasti Kinchana. There is only one self which is not broken into experiencer and experienced. There is only one self. So, if we can develop this vision of oneness, I tell you, that is the ultimate vision. That you gain only when the ego is destroyed. As long as the ego is asserting, we differentiate everybody, and there is no oneness. So therefore, when we chant Namo Ramanaya, Namo Ramanaya, Namo Ramanaya, we develop this Kalyana Guna of Bhagavan. And there is so many of them, Kalyana Gunas. But I always felt these three are very important. Asangata, not to get attached to anything. See, when you say Asangata, the Grihasthas get very, very agitated. Hey, Swamiji, if we give up all attachment, how can we live here? Hare Rama, attachment leads to sorrow. And not only that, nobody can grow in attachment. Nobody can evolve in attachment. We strangulate others. And we also lose our peace of mind. So, Asangata is very important. For a seeker at least, it's very, very important. For anybody, Asangata is important to lead a decent, good life. And Samata, definitely. See, even in a household, if there is a mother, she has to treat her own daughter and daughter-in-law equally. Then only there will be harmony in that house. There is no Samata. If she thinks she's my own daughter, she's somebody else's daughter. That Bheda Bhavana is created, see? And then there is disharmony. So this Samata and Ekata is very, very important, even in our day-to-day life. And when you have this vision of oneness, there you are with the self. So you develop Kalyana Guna. So this is Bhagavan's glory. And you know what? I myself experienced Bhagavan's Nama Mahima. 2 years back, we had gone for a Ramana Vichara Yatra for 61 days throughout Bharatadesham, not Padayatra, in the vehicle only, but we have covered almost 20 states, I suppose so. Yeah, in 61 days, and visited almost 108 Divya Kshetras, and wherever we went, we had been talking about Atma Vicharam, around 22 satsangs on the way, everywhere. You know what? Very, very interesting thing happened. See, wherever we go, people are not known to us actually. We are not that popular and nobody knows us. But we go, and whenever we go there, in a mutt or in a temple, wherever, they ask, Swamiji, where from you are coming? I am from Tiruvannamalai. I am a devotee of Bhagavan Ramana Maharshi. Huh? You are a devotee of Bhagavan Ramana Maharshi? Then they take note of you and they say, come. Wherever you go, I was so stunned, East, west, north, south. Kolkata you go, Bombay you go, Delhi you go, Rishikesh you go, South Andhra you go, Karnataka you go, Kerala you go. Then the trustee of the temple, he takes you to the front. In Vijayawada, they have taken me to the front. The Ambal, Durga, what is that Ambal? Kanaka Durga. Oh, beautiful she was. So come Swamiji, come. Like that everywhere. Just to utter the name of Bhagavan. I am from Bhagavan. I am a devotee of Bhagavan Ramana Maharshi. That's all. Then I understood the real Nama Mahima of Bhagavan. You know what? I didn't have any problems en route. Everywhere I was treated very well. I was really feeling very joyful. Because I am the child, Bhagavan's child. So when you say, I belong to Bhagavan, and everybody take note of you. Not only that, everywhere, whatever sampradaya they may be following, whether Advaita, Dvaita, or whatever sampradaya, whatever temple it may be, Krishna's temple, Shiva's temple, any temple, everywhere, Bhagavan is known. Not only in India, even if you go abroad, US or anywhere, when you say, among the satsang, among the devotees, when you say, I am a devotee of Bhagavan Ramana Maharshi, is it? Okay, good. Like that, they respond. You know, Bhagavan is all pervading. And I tell you, please watch. This century and the future belongs to Bhagavan only. You know why? Wherever I travel in the Western world, people are losing faith in everything. The churches are closed everywhere. You know that? US and Europe and all, churches are closed and they are sold out. And we have bought and building temples over there. Because they were trained to question everything. Where is God? Who is God? Can you show me God? We don't believe in God. All the scriptures, they talk nonsense, cock and bull stories. Puranas, cock and bull stories. We don't believe in anything. When you come to Bhagavan, you need not believe in anything. Do you believe in yourself? Yes, I believe in myself. Yes, I am there. I believe. You start from there. You need not believe in anybody. You need not believe in any gods. You need not believe in any gurus. You need not believe in any scriptures. Do you believe in yourself? Yes, of course. Yes, I am. I believe in myself. This is what the modern youngsters say now. Yes. Have you inquired about yourself? Do you know about yourself? Yes, I know. No. You do not know. You inquire. Who are you? See, this really, it's kindling a lot of interest all over the world. Bhagavan is going to be the future. We are very proud we belong to Bhagavan because you need not believe in anything. But you have to be very sincere and very scientific minded. Inquiry is a serious business. And you should be very scientific minded. Because Avastatrayam, when you are doing the Avastatraya Viveka, you have to be more than a scientist. Because you cannot understand what is deep sleep. But you should try to contemplate what is deep sleep. There lies all the mystery and all the solution in deep sleep. And then when you come to dream state, then it gives you some more. And then waking is nothing actually. So therefore, the scientists, they are only concerned about the waking state. They don't even think about the dream state. And deep sleep state, though, they don't know anything about it. But the real thing lies in the deep sleep state. What is deep sleep state? This is Bhagavan Ramana. When you come to Bhagavan Ramana, he takes you very deep. Recently we have been studying this Viveka Chudamani now. There Shankara beautifully explains what is deep sleep. And in Dakshinamurti Sutram also, Pratyabhijñāyate, he says. So therefore, Bhagavan is going to be the future. And you chant his name. Anandam, Anandam, Anandam. Why? Because you know he is Satya Purusha. And he is the self. And he is the goal. And he is the means. He is everything. So with this faith, with this devotion, when you take his name, see, only one personality in whole of the Puranas, you cannot find any fault. Nobody can blame or nobody can criticize. You know what? Who is that, Hanumanji. In Ramayana, Rama was criticized. Sita Mata was criticized because she sent Lakshmana away, uttering some nonsense, very harsh words. So she was criticized. Everybody was criticized. But Hanumanji is one person who was never criticized. Similarly, Bhagavan, you cannot find any fault with him. See, at the age of 15, 16, he realized that, and afterwards, always immersed in that. Yenda chuliyilum sikkada sundaran. Yenda chuliyilum sikkada sundaran. Tiruchuliyila perandalo, yenda chuliyilume avar sikkala. Never ever caught in any whirlpool. Always in the self. Not slipping away. Achyutaha. Not slipping away, even for a moment. ஒரு தடுமாற்றமே இல்லாத வாழ்க்கை எங்கேயா வாழ முடியுமா? So, you know your guru is the best. I want only the best. I cannot settle down for anything second or anything, inferior. The best we have got. The Advaita is the best. And Bhagwan is the best Guru. And Atma Vichara is a direct path. So, with this devotion to Bhagwan, when you chant the name, Namo Ramanaya, Namo Ramana. You know what is the meaning of Ramana? Ramana means one who revels, one who sports in the Atma Tirtham, one who revels, Atma Rama. So that is Ramana. So, see, when we take sannyas, the Guru gives the name to the Shishya. But here in Bhagwan's life, everything is very, very extraordinary. The Shishya gave the name to the Guru. Kavyakanta Ganapati Muni, he introduced Bhagwan to the world. Here, he is Bhagwan Sri Ramana Maharshi. Maharshi, and he is Ramana. One who revels in everybody's heart, the self. Rama and Ramana means the same. Both were born in Punarpusanaka Rama. It is so beautiful. Can I take 10 more minutes? Because this Tirumandiram I want to read. That is, Tirumandiram means what? Namo Ramanaya. Because Amma asked me to talk about that. With this, we want to take not all, maybe just 3 or 4 paragraphs. We want to just see and explain to you. See, it is in Tamil. You know, na? Muruganar Swami has written in Tamil only. But to understand Muruganar Swami, you need a Agaradi, dictionary. Without dictionary, you cannot understand. Somebody asked Muruganar Swami, why can't you write in a simple language? He says, why can't you understand Tamil better? Don't ask me to come down. You come up. So here is Muruganar Swami. Tirumandiram, there he writes in the 120th verse. Namo Ramanayave Namban Urupayar. Namo Ramanayave Nalum Uruchola. Namo Ramanayave Nan Pulattu Utpukku. Namo Ramanayave Nambanai Kattume. Here he reveals the glory of the Tirumandiram, Bhagavan's mantra. That is Namo Ramanaya. What he says? Namban Urupayar. Namban means what? Who is very dear to us. Mihum Priyamanavar. Who is very dear to us? Our own Sadguru is very dear to us. So Namban Urupayar. This is the name of my own Sadguru. Naalum Uruchola. When you chant it continuously, Muruganar Swami says, Naalum Uru Ethiradun solvanga Tamil. Meaning what? If you repeat the name, the mantra, again and again and again and again and again, what happens? Nan Pulattu Utpukku. Pulam means Arivu, the knowledge, or our buddhi. So it enters, the nama enters into the buddhi or the antakarana, whatever, it purifies it, and Namo Ramanayave Nambanai Kattume, it reveals. Nambanai. Nambanai means our dear Sadgurunathan. So when you chant, it goes inside, deep inside you, and it churns. Something happens within, and then the self is revealed. See, our Acharyaji used to say, when you think about the world, one thought will lead to other thought. One thought will lead to other thought, other thought. See, nowadays, if you go on browsing, you go to a website and then you go to other site, you go on and on and on, there is no end to it. But you know what is the glory of Nama or mantra? When you chant, there is nothing more to think about it. The mind will not expand. See, you are having a thought, Namo Ramanayave, Namo Ramanaya, there are no further thoughts. So, whenever you think about the world, the mind expands. Whenever you chant a mantra or nama, the mind doesn't expand. It stops there. Again and again you chant, it sinks deep within. That is why it's a rasam. Vibhare Rama rasam. Once when you get the taste of it, I tell you, it takes you to the ultimate. The rasam, it is not Mysore rasam, it is Rama rasam, Ramana rasam. So when that rasam, you get the taste of it, it takes you. So he says, it goes deep within you and nambanai kattume. And then he says, in the 122nd, Namo Ramanayave nasamilladadu. Namo Ramanayave naan enbadan porul. Namo Ramanayave naadin idayattu, Namo Ramanayave nanmai payakkume. So when you chant Namo Ramanaya, that is nasamilladadu, avinashi, which will not perish. Because Bhagavan is Satyapurul, it will not perish. So the name indicative of the Satyapurul also will not perish. Namo Ramanayave nan enbadan porul. What is the meaning of Namo Ramanaya? I, which is shining in the heart. That is the real meaning, he says. Murunar Swami says. Nan enbadan porul, naadin idayattu. When you say Namo Ramanaya and go within, naadin idayattu nanmai vayakkume. What is the nanmai? You know the self. Once Bhagavan has said, only when you know me as I know myself, then you really know me. Bhagavan knows himself as the true self. Only when you know your true self, then you know Bhagavan who he is. You know Bhagavan truly. So only when the truth is revealed, you know who is this Bhagavan. Ahamannam, ahamannado, ahamannadaha, ahagashlokagrida, ahamasmi pratamajarda. Meaning what? Anandam, that is Bhagavan's form. Paramanandam, Brahmanandam is Bhagavan's form. So when you abide in the self and know, when you enjoy the bliss, then you know who is Bhagavan. And then here in the 123rd he says, Namo Ramanayave natta nadu tari. I was wondering what is this tari, and I was checking from the Agaradi. Agaradi means Tamil dictionary is called as Agaradi. Agara varusai, ana, ina, that is Agaradi dictionary actually. It's called as Agaradi in Tamil. What is this tari, I was wondering. It is said, those days, to tie the calves, and kannukutti, the cow's younger one, calves, where to tie, there is a sort of a post or something. They say tari. Meaning what? Is the center, and then they tie it. So here, natta naduttari means, I think he is mentioning or referring to the heart, where everything is tied. All the thoughts, they are tied. The vasanas are there inside. And also, that is the center of everything. Heart. Hridayam. Hridayam. This is the center. So, Namo Ramanaya means what? The spiritual heart. Natta naduttari. Namo Ramanayave namban arul kodu. So, that gives you, or that shows you the path, and also, because of its grace, Nadu Mahattulle Nattiyam Adume. Namo Ramanayave Nadu Mahattulle Nattiyam Adume. When you go deep within, then that shines as I. Chittirama Mihudellam Semmalaye Ninpale Uttidamai Nindre Udungidumal Nittiyamum Nanendridayat Nadittiduvayaal unper Tanidayam yendriduvardam. So you are only shining as I in my heart. You are only dancing as I in my heart. So this Namo Ramanaya, when you chant continuously, Ahattule Namo Ramanayave Nattiyam Adume. So you realize the self. Namo Ramanayave Nammun olirvadu. Nammun olirvadu. Namo Ramanayave nammai olirpadu. Namo Ramanayave namai olirvadu. Namo Ramanayave jnanamai inbame. So what is the name? Namo Ramanaya means what? Nammun olirvadu. Whatever we see as the world is nothing but that self only, Brahman only. Nammun olirvadu. Namo Ramanayave nammai olirpadu, which is illumining even this ahankara. Nammai olirpadu, namai olirvadu. So what is Namo Ramanaya? Namai olirvadu. It is the self. And Namo Ramanayave, jnanamai inbame. So here, Muruganar Swami, as if he is telling everything is Namo Ramanaya. So Namo Ramanaya, Namo Ramanaya. If you chant, there you are. See, in some other scripture, Muruganar Swami has said, since you are a sort of a Vedanti or in the Jnana Marga, don't think Bhakti is inferior. No, don't ever think that way. He says Para Bhakti and Para Jnana is one and the same. When you reach Para Bhakti, you see only God. If you reach Para Jnana, it takes you to the ultimate goal. So, all our great Mahatmas have said, this Jnana and Bhakti are like two wings of the bird. A seeker should have both. Suppose if a bird has got only one wing, another wing gone. Like that, if it flies, it cannot soar high, can go round and round and round. So if you have only Jnana, Jnana means what? See, we are not really there. Only it is lip Vedanta, dry Vedanta. You know, when the heart is not very, very, beautiful, it is not melting in love, then you become an intellectual beast. If the head is not developed, there is no discrimination, only heart, then you become an emotional idiot. See? If there is no heart, only head, like our scientist world, you become an intellectual beast. You are destructive. Only when the heart is developed, no brains or no discrimination, you become an emotional idiot. So both has to be developed, the head and the heart. So for that we need Jnana and Bhakti. That is why Bhagavan, after giving Atma Vichara, shown to us Arunachala Tattva. And he says, Karunar Navamai, Karudak Kadinalhum, Arunachala Shivamidam, he said. See, this is ocean of compassion. When you think about it, that is it. You are liberated. Karuttinul orugal kadudira kolamale kollum arumarundondundu, he has said. There is a medicine here. There is a medicine for this disease of to be born again and again. What is that medicine? This medicine is a peculiar medicine. It will not cure anything, it will kill you. Kolamale kollum arumarundondundu, like our English medicine only. It will kill you. Instead of curing your disease, it will kill you. See, if it kills you, it is better. It will not kill you also. Meaning what? The Ahankara Nashanam happens. Mano Maranaya happens. But you remain as a Jivan Mukta, but the ego is destroyed. So, Kolamale kollum arumarundondru undu, he says. He asserts, there is a medicine here for this Bhava Pini. What is that? Arunama Tiramena Arivir. This is Arunachala, he says. So, Bhagavan has given Arunachala to us. Nikka Mukti Tarum Arunachalam. He has shown us the path of Atma Vichara. And he has given the mantra, Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. And he has written so many scriptures. Upadesa Undiyar, Ulladu Narpadu, Anubandham, and translated everything. Atma Bodham, Dakshinamurti Stotram. And Viveka Chudamani, whole thing he has written in prose form. And then Devika Lotras, Adukanadan Muruganar Swami. Atti. Everything he has given. So, one janma pattadu namak. One janma is not enough to read Muruganar Swami padikve. So much they have given us. And Sadhu Om Swami, like that's great. Natanananda Swami. And our Annamalai Swami, like that's great saints lived and they have given everything to us. So, if we can't do anything, The simplest thing is what? Namo Ramana, Namo Ramanaya, Namo Ramanaya, Namo Ramanaya. Like that, if you can chant his name, that will take us. So, this is the most beautiful thing in the world, to remember our Sadguru in devotion, take his name, sing his glories. That is it. Everything is done. Thank you so much. Om Purnamadha Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadhaya Purnameva Vasishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. Harihi Om.
Swamiji has taken us through the power of Nama, chanted involuntarily as Valmiki did, or with the indifference that we do. In fact, he very acutely remembered Kathy Osborne, I think, was the one who said, "Will Bhagavan remember me?" And Bhagavan is supposed to have retorted, "As long as Kathy remembers Bhagavan, Bhagavan shall remember her." And he also brought up 3 Kalyana Gunas: Satsangati, Nisangatvam, Asangata, Samata and Ekata. These were the 3 things which he brought out very lucidly. And that these teachings, which appeal even to a nihilist in today's world, and this prophecy, I'm sure, will come true, that this century and the ensuing ones belong to Bhagavan. The center can only be much more than grateful to him, because Swamiji is in the midst of a workshop. He has had a session today morning at Tiruvannamalai. He has one tomorrow. He has taken the pains to travel to Bangalore, posted such a workshop today morning. He'll leave Bangalore early morning tomorrow for satsang. We can't thank him enough. We can only feel blessed. I request our President, Dr. Sarada Natarajan, to kindly offer our pranams to Swamiji.
Shri Ramanaya, Ramanaanjali.
Yes.
It's going to be some song singing now?
Yes. Okay. As Swami said, we can't do anything, at least chant and sing his praise. That is our next program. The last program for the day, Ramana Sangeeta Malika by the artists of the center.
is filled with joy because of Bhagavan's presence at Arunachala. These are actually in Chatvarimshat. Kathaya Nijaya Kalusham Harata Karuna Nidhina Aruna Shaila Jusha. Next we will present two verses from Muruganar Swami's Namo Ramanayave. Namo Ramanayave Jnanamum Kalviyum Namo Ramanayave Jnanamum Kalviyum Namo Ramanayave Namare Mandiram Namo Ramanayave Namare Mandiram Namo Ramanayave Navikarangalam Namo Ramanayave Navikarangalam Namo Ramanayave Nalvadi Koodume Namo Ramanayave Nalvadi Koodume Namo Ramanayave Nam முன்மொழிவது நமோ ரமணாயவே நம் முன்னொழிவது நமோ ரமணாயவே நம்மை ஒளிர்ப்பது நமோ ரமணாயவே நம்மை ஒளிர்ப்பது நமோ ரமணாயவே நாமாய் ஒளிர்வது நமோ ரமணாயவே நாமாய் ஒளிர்வது நமோ ரமணாயவே ஞானமே இன்பமே நமோ ரமணாயவே ஞானமே இன்பமே நமோ ரமணாயவே ஞானமே இன்பமே நமோ ரமணாயவே ஞானமே இன்பமே ஞானமே இன்பமே These verses are very significant in Ramanaanjali Sangeetam because first, the first experience of Ramanaanjali Sangeetam for Srimati Sulochana Natarajan was through Manavasi Ramaswamy Iyer. She and Sri R. Natarajan, after their wedlock, within a few years were drawn to Sri Ramakrishna Paramahamsa, and almost simultaneously Ramana came into their lives. And then Bhagavan took over gradually as a total force in a way, not that anyone is apart from that force. All the great spiritual forces they converge in that great ocean of the self. And they would go to Tiruvannamalai. They had gone with Devaraja Mudaliyar couple of times from Salem. And in Tiruvannamalai, in Ramanashramam, there is a tradition of puja offering to Bhagavan and singing a song at the end of the puja offering to Bhagavan. That tradition continues even now. Before the final arati, there will be a song offering. So my mother had sung a song. She is steeped in Carnatic classical music. And then Manavasi Ramaswamy here was there. At that time he was known as Sharanagati Tata. He was quite senior in years. And she would narrate that after the puja, he said, "Hey Kuti, inge va." She was a young girl, 17, 18. "Do you know any songs on Ramana, on Bhagwan Ramana?" "No, I don't know." "I will teach you, come." So he taught her 2 songs, 2 compositions of his own, Sharanagati and Ariyataramamo. So mostly in satsangs, then they went to Delhi in years followed, and then we were also born, my sister and I, and satsangs were there, Delhi Ramana Kendra, every week there would be satsang, and invariably these were the only 2 songs she would sing. And Professor K. Swaminathan started translating Muruganar Swami songs into English. And my father got deeply influenced by that translation, and he told my mother, "Sulochana, you should set these songs to music." She said, "I cannot even understand, and I don't know, I have never composed music." Then he said, "I am very disappointed. If I knew music as you do, I would have tuned them. They are such beautiful compositions." So she felt she would always respect every wish of his. So she said, "Okay, with prayers to Bhagavan, I opened the Sanidhi Murai, and I saw this, which is very easy in one way, because at least first half is all Namo Ramanaya way. You only have to know the second half of the words, that way it is easy." And it said Pantakeshi, which strangely she said, just that previous music season, Carnatic music season, Margadi season in Chennai, she had attended a workshop on Tamil Pan. And she had such a photographic memory for music, so the moment she heard that Pan, it was recorded in her memory, and she took up this is the same Pan, I can tune it. And then once that started, then she knew, oh, this is possible, and that is how it started. So Namo Ramanayave is very significant to Ramanaanjali music. And now we will go on to sing Sadhu Om Swami's composition.
நாவே விடாது சொல்வாய் நமோ ரமணாய என்ற நாமம். நாவே விடாது சொல்வாய் நமோ ரமணாய என்ற நாமம். திரிவே சிறிதேனுமற்ற அறிவே ஜீவேஷலோக திரிவே சிறிதேனுமற்ற அறிவே நீ வேண்டும்
we go on to a composition of Shuddhananda Bharati. This is also significant. This is a song which was in the manana of Srimati Sulochana Natarajan in her last moments, till her last breath almost. And then it was Sharanagati which she heard. She did not participate, but this song, Ramana, Ramana, even while going to the hospital in ambulance and all that, she would ask us to sing that song, and she would also chant. And she told us, even Namo Ramanaya is not needed. Ramana is enough. 3 aksharas are enough for everything.
Ramana, 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 Ramana,
Ramana, Ramana, Ramana,
Ramana, Ramana, Ramana,
Ramana, Ramana, Ramana,
The next composition is of a devotee called Y.V. Venkateshwara Rao. He has translated our songs into Telugu, and he was inspired to write many songs on Bhagwan himself when he started the translation work. But this song has been very favorite of devotees. Ramana Madhura Nama, we got a Kannada translation. Parama Aruna Kanti Deepa. Aruna Kanti Deepa. Ramana Ninta Ashrama. Parama Punya Kshetra. But the favorite lines for me in that is Ramana Charita Chintana Nasha Bhavada Bandhana. He also says this Nama is the medicine, the meditation on Bhagavan, the different ways of doing Ramana Aradhana actually serve as the malady for all ills.
Ramana Madhura Nama Aruna Kanti Deepa. Ramana Madhura Nama Aruna Kanti Deepa. Ramana Linda Ashrama Parama Punya Kshetra. Ramana Linda Ashrama Parama Punya Kshetra. Ramana Madhura Nama Aruna Kanti Deepa. Ramana Madhura Nama Aruna Kanti Deepa. Arunagiri Pradakshina Atma Shakti Sadhana. Arunagiri Pradakshina Atma Shakti Sadhana.
Ramana Nama Kirtana Manobala Vivardhana.
Ramana Nama Kirtana Manobala Vivardhana. Ramana Madhura Nama Aruna Kanti Deepa. Ramana Madhura Nama Aruna Kanti Deepa. Ramana Katha Shravana Bhakta Hridaya Spandana. Ramana Katha Shravana Bhakta Hridaya Spandana.
Ramana Rupa Dhyana Mukti Margadarshana.
Ramana Rupa Dhyana Mukti Margadarshana.
रमणा रमणा बोलो रे,
रमणा रमणा बोलो रे,
अरुणाचल शिव बोलो रे,
अरुणाचल शिव बोलो रे,
रमणा रमणा बोलो रे,
रमणा रमणा बोलो रे,
अरुणाचल शिव बोलो रे,
अरुणाचल शिव बोलो रे,
रमणा रमणा This last one is a composition of Sadhu Swami. It is called Ramana Akshara Malar Malai, just like Arunachala Akshara Manamalai by Bhagavan, and it has 108 verses on Bhagavan in the alphabet, the beginning each with the successive letter of the Tamil alphabet. Namo Ramana. I would just like to honor Mallika and Sheila who have instituted an endowment. Sheila has instituted an endowment in the names of her grandparents, and Srimati V. and Lakshmi Srinivasa Rao and Shri Srinivasa Rao. And V. and Srinivasa Rao had a very unique experience of meeting Bhagavan only once. A very unique experience where he went to represent a lady devotee who had been sent out of the ashram saying that she is mad. She's crazy. She went to him and asked him to represent her and allow her to go those days. And so he went as an advocate. But of course, that in a different way it transpired. He went and he asked Bhagavan, do you have any objection to her coming? And he said, I do not have any objection. And he told her, see, you must behave properly over there, because he had his own doubts. And then Bhagavan had told him, is she the one who was sitting there? He pointed to one place. So when Srinivasa Rao brought her in, the moment she came in, she became a different lady. She started shouting and jumping and almost running towards Bhagavan. So he was worried. Then he quietly told her, sit here, to the place which Bhagavan had indicated. And then she went and sat down there and she was quiet. And that was the experience which he has recorded. And later he had the good fortune of having his lunch with Bhagavan, sitting very close to Bhagavan, and he asked him a few questions. And that is all. But he records. Nobody knew that he was influenced by Bhagavan or devoted to Bhagavan, but he records very sweetly that he found the full fruits of self-inquiry, and he could experience it in the last days of his life. That is what he expresses very beautifully. So his granddaughter felt that it is good for us to remember how Bhagavan's influence is so amazing, and more so the power of self-inquiry, which Swami was also talking to us about, because Bhagavan and self-inquiry are synonymous with each other. So today is that endowment, and I would like to, it so happens, we just called them today. It could be any day, any program in the year, one program in a year, whenever it is convenient for us. We say it is the endowment, and both of them are very sweet to come on that day. So somehow I thought, okay, today we will have that. And then Mallika told me it is his 32nd anniversary of his merging into Bhagavan today. It is the date when he dropped his body, very quietly of course, unassuming, without saying anything to anyone. But then we find in his records this is there, and that is also Bhagavan's Leela that it happened today. I would just there itself, I would request Swamiji to give them the memento. It will be a blessing for them.
We would also want to recognize the two accompanies who have been with us through the day. Vidwan Shashank on the violin and Sri Narasimhan on the mridangam. They have been a solid support to the Nadopasana offering through the day. One supporting the Shruti, the other holding the Laya. And till Narasimhan sir came over here, Vidwan Rishikesh was holding the fort for him. If he's around, I would also ask him to come on stage. I would request our president to kindly hand over a token of our appreciation and thanks to each of those artists. Vidwan Shashank on the violin. Vidwan Narasimhan on the mridangam. Vidwan Rishikesh, who held fort till Narasimhan made his way here. Radha can announce the names of those on the stage. Revathi.
UjwalJagadeesh. Uma Shripati. Antara Shriram. Shanvika. Anika. Stuti. Dhanyashri. Krishnaveni. Srimati Suma. Srimati Sapna Ganesh. Srimati Lata. Leading all of us today, Srimati V. Radha. And of course, the concept and the direction, everything of today's concept by Dr. Sarada. I would also like to thank our Master of Ceremony for all the three days, Shri Jai Shri Ram.
With this, it will be curtains on the English session of the seminar, 48th National Seminar and Cultural Festival. The next weekend, we will have talks in Kannada. The venue will be Ramana Maharshi Shrine at MEKHRI Circle. We would urge all of you to come in great numbers, get fellow devotees too. This is for a group photograph, group videograph, whatever. Yeah. With this, okay. With this, if you can. Miss Malika Rao. Thank you. On this dais, for this program, we will meet in the 49th seminar. The year after next is going to be our golden jubilee of our seminars. See you the year and on a bigger scale the year after next. Om Namo Bhagavate Shri Ramana.